Yeah, what's going on, my people? You already know who it is. It's your boy Prophet Pete, and you tuned into a special edition of the Prophet Radio Show. We got a special guest here tonight, someone close and dear to me that I know all my damn life. President of WareGeeks, Seth Melendez is in the building.
Hey, what's up, Prophet P? How you doing, man? What's up, cuz? How you been?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. How you doing?
I'm good, man. God bless, man. I'm blessed every day. Every day I'm here. Good or bad.
I hear that. Every day we wake up is a good day. Always the opportunity to change what we didn't get to change the day before.
Yep. Make everything better. Yep.
So, someone that has been a mentor of mine that actually has pointed me in the right directions and saved me from a lot of disastrous events in my life has created a company called WareGeeks, right? He's
Solutions.
the
Yeah,
president,
working solutions.
right? WareGeek Solutions. The president of WareGeek, Mr. Seth Melendez. I want to welcome him to the show and say thank you for being here.
It's a pleasure, man. We've been bothering you to let's do this for a while, so I'm glad you found the time.
Well, when you become famous and stuff, it's a little difficult, to even make time for family.
Right, yeah. We get put on the back of the list. I know.
It was Seth Melendez's cousin, Fredro Starr. You know,
Right,
you know how
right.
that went, right? Fredro Starr.
I got no beef if you got a real celebrity, no beef. But when you're doing the round the way people, hey, you could have slipped me in there.
I know, my man.
You do Pookie from the block because he just threw out a rap song. Hey, you gotta throw me
Nah,
in there
nah, nah.
that day.
Well, I can tell you one thing: the celebrity list has been growing, and I just gotta say it's a blessing in itself.
And congratulations, man. You've been killing for this, man. I know this is something you put a lot of hard work in to get done. So I congratulate you on that, man.
Yeah, and I congratulate you on what you're doing right now. We have Wear Geek Solutions, especially in this day and age. I know business has to be booming because everybody and their mother is on their computer attempting to connect. We got these school situations where they're trying to figure stuff out because there's all this remote learning, um, and just remote everything. So, how has that been going for you?
It's been hit or miss. You still have a lot of people who are insulated. Companies. The reality is, a lot of companies are going out and doing things they've never had to do before, and they're making a lot of mistakes because they think they know. Everybody thinks they know. It's like when you're a kid and you make your first eggs, then somebody says, "Oh, let's make this. Oh, I can do it." And it's the same thing. And they don't realize that their staff may not be up to it, and it's not a knock. It's there's a learning curve to some of the things you need to do, and there are things you need to understand as prerequisites. There's things you need to do beforehand. A lot of times the project itself is almost the last part of it, the actual doing the stuff. The biggest part is all the preparation before it, making sure you ask the right questions, making sure you speak to the right people, get the right permission, and include the right information, people and their opinions. So by the time they go out and do it, that's just the last portion of what you need to get done is doing the widget, building the widget, or doing the thing. And so a lot of them get caught up in that problem because they just go and do because they're reactive. COVID hit, they sat down and within a week, it was immediate. We need to start doing remote. We need to start doing remote. And they created more problems and they don't realize it. It's a ticking time bomb and it's waiting to, blow up in a lot of people's face. And it started to already.
And
So
I noticed, like, when it came to we got to do remote, a lot of companies didn't know where to go. And then somehow Zoom popped up, and Zoom's been around for a while.
yeah, Zoom's been around for a while. It came out of the old Cisco telepresence days, those guys.
Yeah. So for some reason, their name just like popped up and everybody jumped to those platforms. Well, to that particular platform, not really knowing how to operate it or really get it to work for their situation. And there was a lot of situations where they were getting hacked, especially with remote learning for school. You had hackers dropping in pornographic material. Um
Well, let
and
me
all
let me let me just let me just interrupt you with that one. I think that's a misnomer in one sense. Nobody was really hacked. If you leave your door wide open and somebody walks in, technically that's breaking and entering, but they didn't break anything. You know what I mean? So yeah,
They just
you know,
entered, right?
they just waltzed in and they walked in and entered, so it's not breaking and entering like they say. So people did not hack their way in. People were literally sending out their information with their code and with all the login information. Here, come to our meeting. And it was all over their websites. And then people, just bunch of idiots, had nothing better. You had a bunch of kids and idiots at home, nothing better to do. Oh, let's go to this meeting. Let me show my ass. It was just funny. It actually, I literally missed like I think an hour or two when it happened at my church. And I was mad because I missed it because I thought it was hysterical what they said was going on. Like people in the church like, oh my God. And I was hysterical when I heard about it because I was like, man, I missed it. Man, I didn't get Zoom bombed because you just literally right click, boom, shut them off. But people were freaking out. Most times you don't even notice them. And if you have a monitor, and that's the biggest problem is people didn't understand you need monitors. If you think about it. A lot of the people that have been doing the stuff on YouTube Live and Facebook Live and a lot of the other softwares out there that they use, that they go live, they have monitors. Why? To shut people down when they start saying stupid things or they start cursing or they put up stuff. They understood that. So all the kids understood you needed monitors. So they walk into a room and there's no monitors watching anything. Next thing you know, the kids start showing their ass.
Yeah.
Literally sometimes,
Yeah.
So it was not really hacking, opposed to people gave out information and gave a key to everyone and let them come in and go, oh, you're not supposed to be here, but so it was just stupidity. We had some guy talking when they confronted him, somebody was like, wait, who's this guy? And they started being nice to him with the church. Hey, how you doing? Where you from? And then that's when he realized, they're going to start asking me questions. That's when he did a stupid thing. And I would have had my hand right on the keyboard. Okay, who's this? Because anytime I don't know anybody when I'm there, I'm looking out for who's this, and I send messages. Who's this guy? Anybody know this person? Is this a new person? Let's just watch them. So then I take off the ability for them to share, and I'll just wait, and things like that. Or I'll take off the ability for them to respond, turn off, unmute. And then if they want to talk, I'll turn on their mute. I'll turn off the mute for them and things like that. So until you know who they are, I'm very cautious in that way. But a lot of it was overblown. There was some hacking of accounts and that, and I think there was an exploit within Zoom's login feature. And they pretty much fixed that really quickly. And I think there was another one that they fixed relatively quickly. But they all have some type of little small exploits. But to say it was really hacking, no, just idiots. The churches put out their schedule with all the Zoom information and the logins, and the schools were doing it, and it was just ridiculous. So when you got kids from one school, think about it. Got kids from one school, got nothing to do. Their school's not ready, and another school's ready. So then somebody sends them information. What do you think they're gonna do? They're gonna go have fun. Let me go all of them. There you go. It became a trendy thing to do, remember? So it was like everybody was Zoom bombing, all these college kids, and let's not forget there were college kids too. It was college kids and high school kids Zoom bombing because they were just bored.
Yeah.
I
think the word hacking, people really, I think it's one of those terms that's very misused.
Yes.
Like, there's 12-year-old kids are like, oh, I hacked you. I'm like, you don't even know what hacking is.
Exactly.
So in your definition of being a professional, what would you say the real definition of hacking is?
Let's not to go too far with that professional word. But I always joke about that. There's a difference between an amateur and a professional, and the difference is just timing. You still can be stupid either way, right? But yeah. So it's just hacking is when people want to get into somewhere they're not supposed to be. And originally, the term hacking was a good thing. I'm a hacker. I'm a tinkerer. That's the euphemism for it. I'm somebody that likes to tinker. You tinker with engines. Got a lot of guys I know you used to mess with engine and supercharge and do a lot of things to engines. And that's what people did with electronics. And originally, when the internet came out, they did it with phones. They were able to get free, long distance. They figured out how to get long distance because it was all tonal to switch to the long distance lines. And that was figured out, and that was called phreaking. And so from there, then they moved into let's hack something, meaning let's just try to make something better. And that's where a lot of the ingenuity came out of the internet when they extended it, because they just started doing different things, and there were no rules at the time other than messing with AT&T. There was no rules, and getting free, long distance for a while. That's pretty much what it started as. And then I guess after the movie Hacker, and not the movie Hacker, the wow, where am I? It's like I'm gonna get assaulted now by a bunch of geeks. I don't remember the name of the movie. The one with the kid that the Let's Play a game. I can't think of the name. It'll come to me. But so that movie where they were in the mountain and it was going to launch the missiles, and they sit there and start playing chess, and stuff like that. And he realized, oh yeah, that movie is what changed the term hacker. You know what I mean? To make it almost nefarious.
Right. I recall that movie. Can't remember the name either.
I know I'm going to get inundated with emails on this one. I'm going to lose my geek card.
The movie Hacker.
Right. The Hacker was a one that was years later, which was a little. I think Angela Jolie was in that one.
Yeah, she was in that one.
Right, and that's when she was real young. And that one was stupid. But most hacker movies are stupid, because everything's about speed, and that's just retarded the way they do things. So we do a lot of security checks. We do a lot of cybersecurity audits and things like that. So, and we've been doing that for a while, because you check your own work, or you give someone to check your work, and you're always doing these different penetration tests. You get outside companies to do that, to make sure you just figure out where your weaknesses are, where you've forgotten or where you've missed something. But yeah, the term hacker is just exploits, and the modern term is you're figuring out exploits, things that were reported or things you may discover. There's some guys out there that can find a problem way before anyone, and they test it and they discover it, and that's how you can exploit certain things. Like they used to do the SQL injections, be able to inject code into somebody's SQL server, or your back end of your WordPress, or your Joomla. People would do things like that. They gain access through your PHP because there was an exploit. There was a found out problem that needed to be patched. And the problem is, and even to this day, is people don't patch. And so that's what's the problem. They forget to patch, or they're so far behind. Large corporations, including, you have major Fortune 500, their patching schedules are ridiculous. Some of them are just so far back. You have some people that are so far back on patching, and you wonder why. It's like, and you just got hacked and you still haven't patched. It was a major corporation I worked with that they did not patch for almost a year. They were so far back, which is dangerous.
So with that being said, we've had many over, I think, the recent years. We've had, healthcare providers getting hacked. We've had, if I'm not mistaken, one of the credit bureaus got hacked.
Yeah, I think all of them got hacked at one time, if I'm mistaken.
Yeah, so this is more of like basically back end coding or programming that had an issue that they would update, and they never updated it to the latest patch because somehow somebody,
or it was never discovered and somebody found it by accident. One of the biggest things is that they sometimes one hand doesn't know what the other hand is doing. I'm a person that's in charge of creating. Let's say we're doing an application for a website, and I create all the login information and the infrastructure, and then somebody comes along and says, "Hey, we need a new feature," whatever that feature may be, and then they create that code for that. And what they don't realize, you just stepped on each other. So whatever this guy was doing here in his calls and whatever APIs he sets up, you may sit there and write a code that steps on that and creates a hole. So one hand doesn't, even though you have libraries that you're supposed to share and things, they're humans, and sometimes people do things for ego versus, or they do things for expediency. And then we'll get into that in a second. Sometimes you have people, there's a mental reason why they're doing it, whether a psychological reason, whether it's because they want accolades and they want to look good, or they do it because they just want to hurry up and get it done. So they take the easiest way out, which creates a problem. It's just a lazy way of doing it. And so that's where your problem is. And so now it goes out, and here it is 8 months later, some security company or some hacker group is sniffing them, and they find the exploit. They're going out there and checking and checking and checking, and they find the exploit. And now they can get in because these guys screwed up and nobody's checking them. Or and here's the thing, luckily a security company there's security companies out there that scan tons of sites. They just go and just scan them, and they do things like that. They test their equipment, they test little things and just get information. And next they find an exploit. And then what they do is they report it. They usually send it to the company and say, hey, here's the issue we found. This is what we did, blah, blah, blah. And they give them time to do something. If after a certain period of time they don't hear anything, or it doesn't change, they they go to the software company, or they'll just report it saying, hey, this is an issue with this particular software that we found. And then if they still don't do anything, now it's on them. Now the world knows. Now every hacker in the world reads these security reports and these error reports that go out. A lot of these hackers read that stuff. They're smart. And so they read these things, patch up. Like every time you get a patch update, it tells you what it's patching, what it's fixing.
Mm-hmm.
So if I read it, now I know all the problems in the last version. So then I go look at those. How do I exploit those last versions?
Yeah.
So if I find somebody with that version and before, now I know they got problems. So I could just look at all the patches and see all their problems.
So where we're talking about, of course, like servers and PCs and operating systems and stuff like that.
Yeah, any type of software out there, any type of server or operating system out there is going to have the same problem. People always say Linux is not a problem. Nope, Linux has problems.
I guess it's people say that because to utilize Linux, we don't have those user windows, and it's
right.
like get things done. It's not a one-click thing. You got to type in code. So they're like, too much stuff going on to even check some stuff. But if you know how to code, then it'll be just as simple.
Because as much as it's about the amount of people you're trying to get to. Because the reason that Windows is so problematic is because they're the most. They're 98% of the market. You know what I mean? 95 or whatever the numbers change to. Who knows what it is now? So they have the market share. Then you have, Macs are going to be the next one, and that's a form of Linux. And then you go out there, and then you have the different Red Hats and Ubuntu, and there's a few other ones out there that are out there, but they only go after the ones that are the most, and then they'll go after the rest of them when they try to get to them, because usually the creatives, the web designers, the music people, the video people, a lot of the marketing and social media people are into Macs. So that's the people. What are the marketing people going to get you? You know what I mean? So you're going to go after the IT people with money. You're going to try to get information. Those are the people and most of them deal with Windows.
Yeah.
A desktop, real roughly.
So if we was to look at it in the form for like the basic technology user, as far as like a cell phone, how important is it to like upgrade the software in your cell phone and update passwords and do things of that nature?
Well, here's the thing, and then this is going to blow your mind when I say it. And this is something that we've been putting out a lot of research and paperwork that we've been compiling. And it's something based on my experience working with HPE as a consultant for Fortune 100, 500 people. There'd be an issue or there's a project, we would get sent there. Obviously, you remember that. And so I was around the country. And one of the things you realize after a certain point is that the biggest problem with technology, with this whole attack surface, as you call it, the people, the devices, the technology, everything. The devices and the technology are only about a third of the problem. The other 2/3 are culture and people. And people are the biggest problem out of those two. So culture is usually the process, procedures, and the one that most people don't talk about are accountability. If you have no accountability, and if someone does something and there's no accountability, then there's no reason for people to change their habits. Um, long time ago, when we both worked in the security world, the physical security world, you learned it when you work in corporate buildings. The number one problem in that building, and I make this analogy so I can you can understand, the number one problem in corporate buildings were smokers.
Mm-hmm.
And you remember why?
Smoke. They found places that they shouldn't have been to do what they did.
Yep, that's one thing. And they would also break things, all jury rig it so that they can come back in.
Right.
If you,
Taking
they would
something
take things,
away.
they would jam the doors, they
Yeah.
would turn the alarms off. And so they realized smokers were the biggest problem, especially if they went outside. They would go and they would jam the locks. They would do a lot of these things, tape them. They would do so many things. And so the alarms wouldn't go. First, they put the alarms, and if you left the door open too long, the alarms would go off. So then they realized, okay, got to close the door, but we still want to get back in. So then they would do jimmy the lock. So they would do things to the door part, and so they realized it. So now it's like they created smoking zones, and in some locations they said let's do away with them. They're the worst problems we have. We're a smoke-free location. If you get caught, you're terminated. And so a lot of their security issues went down. And so the same thing here is if you don't have some type of accountability, people will do what they wish. And so when you put it into our world, if somebody sits there and takes home work because, oh, I got to do some work, I got to hurry up, I'm behind the ball, and they take their laptop and they throw a bunch of work stuff on it and go home and work on it and then come back, and if it's found out, they should be terminated. And the reason is because most likely their laptop is not secure. They had no authority to do that. And that's a breach of protocol. There was recently someone was telling me a story about a woman who worked for a healthcare group and did something like that, a healthcare provider, and she did something like that. She took a bunch of documents and things that she was doing and literally pulled it off her network and put it on her laptop. And the laptop was their laptop. But she still did that, which you're not supposed to do. And she took it home with her. But on the way home, she decided, let me go to the store real quick. I got to get something to eat for me and the kids. When she went inside, she came back out. Somebody broke into her car and took the laptop and whatever else was there. Mm. So she had to let them know that there was a breach because now you have personal data out there in the world somewhere.
Wow.
So she was terminated. She literally was terminated within days because they'd have a policy. You broke that policy, you're done. It sends a message. So when I talk about culture and humans will make mistakes for different reasons. Some are intentional. I'm mad at the company. They didn't give me my raise. I was supposed to get that position. They screwed me. I'm going to teach them. Obviously those things, that's intentional. And then you have the people that are just, they're stupid, right? They wake up, they're stupid. They go to bed, they're stupid. They're just stupid, everything they do. Then you got people that are just apathetic. I don't care. They don't really care anymore. You know what I mean? They just go to work, they just clock in, clock out. They don't really care what happens, who does well, who does. I'm just there. I'm gone. 3 o'clock, I'm out the door. I don't care what's going on. Whatever it is. They're just apathetic. And so that's internal. And so those are the people that are the most dangerous. And if you don't regulate them with culture, which lets people understand that we're not going to deal with the apathetics. We're not going to deal with the people who are disgruntled and things like that. And if we find out certain things you're doing, we're going to terminate you. And that's just the way it is. And when you deal with that, the companies that have that balance usually have a lot less problem because now you can focus on technology. You allow the technology to give you the advantage. If you have to deal with the people and this lack of culture or lack of accountability, put it that way, culture is the umbrella, the process, the procedures, and the accountability. And then I'll get to one other thing within that is if you don't deal with those, then you don't know where the problems are coming from. Was this external? Was this internal? Was this something somebody clicked on? Was this something that was dropped off in a payload? We don't know. Did somebody bring a a USB in and plug it in, purposely? Did we have somebody that entered this facility, illegally? We need to know. You can't figure out certain things because you have to remove a bunch of stuff first. It's almost like a murder investigation or a police investigation. You have so much crap in the way that before you even get to the investigation, you got to sift through a bunch of stuff, and so that becomes the problem. And when you have this, and it becomes a little easier. I'm not saying it makes it a hell of a lot easier, but it makes it a lot easier for them to do their job. And you allow technology to work the way it should work, and you allow the AIs, the artificial intelligence and all the automation to do its job for you. And what I was talking about before, when you're talking about culture, the businesses have a responsibility of awareness, also teaching their people what to find. When you do those things, you get less people clicking on emails from latest JLo pics, and people click, or you got your Amazon thing and they click. And I just heard a friend of mine was telling me that they put out a policy somewhere in June or July for a company, even though people were working remote, you're not to do business personal work on your business computer, and do not allow your family members to log in. If we determined somebody else was there or utilized it, you're going to be terminated. And supposedly they allowed their daughter or somebody, and she clicked on some fake Amazon email, and the computer got screwed up, and literally the system shut them out quickly before it emailed. They have they had a product that basically just locked her out, because once the first handful of emails went out, they shut her down, and then it isolated her computer. So when they started checking, they realized that there was a lot of Zoom connections, and then they saw the paperwork for the daughter. She was writing stuff on school. So they basically terminated the woman. And you feel bad because maybe the daughter's computer broke, whatever. But that sends a message not to do those things. The lady had the training of don't click on things, but that wasn't passed on to the kids. Or that's not something that obviously the business is going to train the kids. The mother should have known better. And so that's the problem we have, is that they have responsibility to train their employees. And if they're not, then they're doing the employees this. So the culture side is on them also. It's not just on the employees, it's on them, to get the right training to their people. And the more training the people have, and the more testing you do on them, and awareness training, the problems go down. You don't get what happened to Twitter a couple of months ago, literally Twitter. When I think you remember with Obama and all these other people had their Twitter, somebody sent out a bunch of like Bitcoin stuff. They all got hacked. So that was basically them targeting just a group of people within Twitter. They literally went after the admins in Twitter and wound up with 300 and something admins that got caught with an email.
Wow. So right, because as we speak about culture and we're talking about the way things have changed, recently with the pandemic and everything else, so many people working from home. And as you said in the beginning, they're being a lot of companies and businesses are being reactive to the situation, and also attempting to, I guess, monetize or increase profitability by saying, hey, look, you guys are working from home, we don't have to keep these offices no more. Here's some logins, log in, do what you need to do from however you get it done. We need you to do it from home. They're thinking pocket wise, but they're not implementing policies that would
right.
actually.
Well, they're starting to catch up, but yeah, right.
Because also I noticed that it's like, hey, they'll send out that they're sending out laptops. Look, we don't want you to use your personal stuff. We're mailing all the employees laptops. We need them to log in from this laptop. Boom, boom, boom. They telling them it has to be a secure network and blah, 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 and all that. But there's no protocols to stop them from logging into an unsecured network, or at least from the people that I know. Like, hey, fuck it, I'm gonna go to Starbucks, or hey, I'm gonna use the hotspot on my phone, or hey, I'm just gonna use somebody's hotspot. So
right, and the problem with that is that Well, the thing is when they send you a laptop, the assumption is inside are tools like a VPN connection or a bunch of secure connections back to their network. So once you have that encrypted tunnel, it doesn't matter where you're at. So because the home itself is not secure, it's an unsecured network. You know what I mean? I don't care what anybody says. My network up until recently was unsecure. Once you use consumer crap, it's unsecure. I don't care what anybody says. So it's like I can go get $1 million lock on my door. We all know a door can be kicked in no matter what you do. Give me cops prove it all the time. They come in with battering rams. You know what I mean? So it's an unsecured thing, and then you got Windows. You know what I mean? So my thing is the biggest thing is to create that they use that security. They use different softwares, usually VPN of some type with a high level of encryption, and then there's a lot of other software that they go behind that and utilize to validate that you're connecting to the right place, that you're the right person. Sometimes they're basing it on IP, or they're basing it on your location, or there's some type of fob that you have, a multi-factor authentication to make sure that you're the person that's getting in, you're authenticated, and it allows you into the network. And so they're going through the steps. That makes it so even if you're at Starbucks, you're good. It's when you get off of that and then you just start surfing your regular net. Because once you turn that all off, and then then all of a sudden you allow your kid to use it, that kid is going to wherever on your regular network, and he's going to infect your computer. Yeah, there may be some security stuff there that's going to try to stop it. But if they drop some rootkit or something, remember, just understand that antivirus is like your door. It doesn't really stop anybody. It's a delay, and it's just part of layered approach of security. People can kick your door down. They can come through a window. Antivirus is just for the ones that we know about. You know what I mean? Because if there's a virus that somebody created last week, your antivirus obviously has no idea it exists. So when that thing goes on, and also the methodology of delivery. If I download some type of music app and install it, what's the difference between that and a virus? It doesn't know. It's an application to it. The virus is just code. So I'm running code, and it's based on certain characteristic that it says, okay, this is a virus, and that's what it determines. But it's if it thinking you're running an application. So the antivirus is like, okay, we cool.
Yeah.
So that's why the antivirus is not your first line of defense.
It's like, are we actually going to get to the point where people are going to go back to like putting their cell phones in like freaking aluminum foil type bags and unplugging everything? Like, because I don't know, I think that there's a point right now that I guess because there's a lot of people out there that don't understand security and technology and things like that. They don't know how to protect themselves, so then they overreact. And then with everyone having to jump on, and we're at a time that there isn't a choice of learning the stuff. It's like either you know it or you become obsolete, like you won't even exist. You can't even plug in and be part of this world right now, because we're like the movie Wally. I don't know if you remember that, the cartoon movie Wally, where
Yes.
basically everything was like people never moved. They sat there. There was tons of movies that we've seen over the years. People never left their house using artificial intelligence, robots, and avatars to move around. And
Right.
somehow, some way, they were killing people and just like sending a virus, and it was burning out their eyes. I think people are gonna. Are we actually gonna get to that point?
I think a lot of that's overblown. But the biggest issue, if we get to the solution part where we sent all this crazy stuff and scared people, so let's go back to the basics. It's like dealing with your home and dealing with safety. It's like, what do you tell your kids when they go outside? Don't talk to strangers, things like that. So it's about awareness, right? So you start with awareness, and awareness is, when you're on your computer, if you get an email from Amazon that says anything about accounts, don't click the link, go to Amazon yourself. You know what I mean? If you get, it happened to me. There was a couple. Look, my wife just got hacked the other day. Well, she got one of them fake hacks, the ones that pop up and say you have to call Microsoft, and then the computer doesn't work for a couple of minutes, and she freaked out. And one of the biggest things is if you just shut it off, and I work on it later. And then so I did it, and when I looked at it, I was like, it was a fake one. I cleaned everything out, and I actually have her on monitoring now. I put some extra stuff on her computer, which I hadn't put on the computer, and that's one of the things. Apathetic. We have to keep all of our stuff. Even people like me, there's a lot of hubris. You get complacent, and so we have to keep our machines up to date. Make sure you're patching. Make sure you have the latest, drivers, latest patches from whatever operating system you have, from Microsoft, from Mac, from wherever. Make sure that's up to date. Make sure, even though I say antiviruses are useless at times, my thing is there's still a good line of defense. You know what I mean? Most people have a 3-foot gate. It's still a good line of defense. They have to jump the gate. You know what I mean? And so, you know how many people have been caught by dogs trying to go over a fence. So, and then you have to definitely make sure that you have these other antivirus, they call them endpoint protection, which is a lot more than just antivirus, which have a lot more different software, VPNs and things like that. The purpose of the VPN, and regardless of what people say, it's a protection it's a point between you and the VPN itself, and then they allow you to go out to the internet. So when anything, when any of the companies are looking for adware and cookies and all that, they're going to go back to that IP address. And if you say yes to it, they're going to come back to you. That's going to be on your machine. It's just harder to get to you when you're going through a VPN. And so, because it doesn't matter, you don't know which way you're going to come out. There are days my IP's in Virginia. There's days my IP's out in Texas. There are days my IP's in Baltimore. So it changes. But the thing is, it allows you a little bit of action. It's not the end all, the be all. Because you have software running and you have other things in the back running that allow them to get around that you've already given permission for that.
Yeah, usually it's once you click install, it's like read the terms and policies, and it's telling you this is what we're doing. And just as simple as when you install apps on your phone, right? And
apps on the phone are terrible. I'm just talking about devices at home. We'll get to the apps on the phone soon.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like, you're gonna allow us to do this, you're gonna allow us to do that. Even when like in web browsers, there's a lot of times people visit websites and they click on that. Well, I know I get a lot of the notifications. Do you allow cookies? Do you allow your location? Clicking on those things, such and such wants to know your location. You click on those things, you're giving that person permission,
right,
to go in and say, yo, where are you? Give me that information.
And if you go to a VPN, it's harder for them to do that. But the thing is once, let's say you went to one of these sites and then they have like a plugin you throw up, let's say Chrome plugin or IE plugin, they bypasses all that now.
Right.
And so, or, the minute you go there and you start doing stuff, there's ways to bypass that because you're giving them, you pull down a video or something like that. A lot of times you can bypass a lot of that stuff because you've given them permission. So, so you definitely have that. Oh, something just flickered. You definitely
as we running around pressing buttons. Don't worry about
it. So you definitely have to be aware of that. And then the other thing about that is that, like I said, the awareness training, updating, keeping stuff up to date, patching, all that stuff is good. And the same principle works on your phone, but I'll get to the point where it's a little different. And then one of the biggest things is passwords. And I think you were joking about it the other day. Most people, they wonder why they get hacked or something information is found. And a lot of times they're breaches. And everybody understands what breaches are, and they don't realize that the correlation or the connection to them. So when Twitter gets hacked or Netflix gets hacked or that information is breached, let's say breached, they get a hold of that information of all the user information and it gets dumped to the internet. And a lot of these breaches that are discovered are not breaches that the corporations told anyone. A lot of the breaches are databases that are being collected and assembled by hacker groups, and they have a database and they just keep collecting data and put it there. And the one that just got found, collection number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is literally one database that they broke up into different sections so the rest of the world can see. And they got that data from multiple sites, and even some that they still don't understand where they got them from. And so these hackers have access and they're collecting this data and then they're selling it on the internet. And in there is your username, password, address, credit card information, and things like that. So I can build a database of tendencies. If I want you, Dominic, I can go out there and look at all the things that ever were breached and see if your name pops up. And if I'm going after you, I look at all the usernames you used, look at all your passwords, and pretty much within one of those, I could probably guess what password you're probably using now, you know? And if you have a tendency not to change passwords, then I got you. Because if I got something contemporary and I look back and see he hasn't changed passwords in 2 years, most likely. So I'm going to go to chase.com, I'm going to go to bankofamerica.com and use every name and password I can find with your name, with yours, Dominic, you know, or Prophet Pete, whatever nicknames, anything, anybody out there that have whatever they have out there, they're let's say somebody uses a pseudonym on the internet. They have a internet nickname. I can use that. They can go after it. They can use their babies' names because you look at their tendencies and they find these passwords and literally once. So you don't understand that your information is out there already, and the passwords you're using are most likely breached. Chrome just put a new thing out. When you use a password, it actually checks. Google put it out. They automatically checks to see if the password's breached, meaning it's out on the internet. And if you go to the internet and check and look for password databases, you will find the first 100,000 passwords that have been used in the last 10 years.
Like there was and I think I forgot what movie, and it might have been Hackers if I'm not mistaken, but there's
War Games was the other one.
Or
WareGeeks was the other movie.
WareGeeks?
Oh, yeah, WareGeeks. Yeah, I got my geek card back.
Okay.
At this age, it took me 20 minutes to figure it out.
Yeah, but I remember hearing it. I can't remember where I heard it from. I don't know if it was from a movie or just research or whatever it is, but they said that there's common passwords, and
yes.
there was probably like an article that came out and said, don't use these things. One of the most common passwords included the word God in it and things like that. You're using
common password is password 1234567 or password 12345. Those if you go to the list, notice every year there's a change between 1, 2, and 3, and then 3 becomes 1. It's funny, and then there's all variations of passwords are the ones 1 through 20. Password with an @ with a money signs for the S's, zeros for the O. It's funny, and people think that's gonna change. I'm like, here's something that years ago when I got my iPhone 3 or whatever. I don't remember how, but I know it's back in 78, 79. They had a utility where you could upload your Wi-Fi list. I could sit there and add in a password for my Wi-Fi's. You could keep your Wi-Fi's saved, and then you could just add passwords, and it would just go through your password list. And on a joke, and this was when there was the first hack ever, it had to be somewhere around 2008, 2009. There was a database dumped, and they just showed the passwords. And I literally took the top 1,000 passwords and dumped it into the list, and dumped it into my iPhone. And when you're driving, you would hear doo-doo, doo-doo, this thing would dee-dee, and you hear beeping every time it logged into somebody's Wi-Fi, right? Because they were using the default passwords a lot of times, and that was in there. And it was just beeping. And I remember I was going through going across Bronx, and as I'm driving through, going across Bronx, the thing started. It wasn't even going diddy diddy. It was going ee. That's how many Wi-Fi I was connecting to as I was driving by. And it was
Oh,
like, it wasn't going, it just literally was going, and when I got home, I was like, what the hell's going on with this phone? And then when I got home, I looked at it and it showed me how many Wi-Fi's it connected. They got rid of that after a while.
I bet.
And so, but that you couldn't upload a password list anymore. And that was a feature they had. And I was shocked at how many passwords I was getting through. And then that's when I realized that people were just lazy, you know. And also, if I go if and just a side note, if I go down a block, my neighbors do it, and I don't do it, but I see my neighbors on my Wi-Fi list. You know, mine is just an abstract name. You have no idea it's mine. But you look on here, Pedro 129 Main Street. Like, oh my God, do I need to know your address on your Wi-Fi so I know where I'm going now? You know, it just says Pedro 129 Main Street. It
it,
actually has his name and his address, or it'll have their family name. So if I'm literally trying to get into their Wi-Fi or do something nefarious, I just look at the name, look at the mailboxes, and figure out, oh, okay, that's theirs.
and then more than likely, if you really want to get into that network, just knowing that it's Pedro 125 Main Street, like you'll sit there, look for relevant information to be able to get the rest of the things that you need because you can figure out more or less what their password is for certain things based upon what they utilize already. Like you have everything out there. So right now, being a hacker and looking at the situation, I'm like, okay, you're a simpleton. You have poor memory skills. So you're going to utilize what you need that you familiarize yourself with stuff that you see every day. Your password might be the license plate of the car that's sitting in your driveway.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons where a lot of celebrities, people also use that word when celebrities were getting their iPhones hacked. You know, like Jennifer Lawrence and a bunch of them, and they were putting up all their pictures. But these guys were targeting the guys that got caught. There were a group of them, a bunch of older guys that were pervs. They were going after these young girls, and they were looking for photos like this. And remember, a lot of them have assistants and they have other things. So some people may have access, some people don't, or some people control the accounts. um, and people think it's separate, the account and the phone, and they don't realize that they're the same because with iPhones you have iCloud, and a lot of that syncs,
Mm.
you know. And so what happened is they were guessing, they were going through them and creating dossiers. And I actually saw a dossier on these guys. What are the dossiers that they collected? Somebody shared that with me. A guy who's a real security expert that came from the feds, and he showed it to a few people. And he showed what it looked like, their dossiers, and his joke was their dossiers are better than the guys that when we go after that are drug kingpins. He says their dossiers were so detailed. They knew when they were born, their ages, where they lived. They had a dossier going from where they lived at when they were born all the way to the current. That they were literally investigating these people and using the internet and using other means to get this information, public records. They knew their real names. They knew their parents' name, their siblings. They knew everything about them. And these dossiers were so accurate that when it came time to figure out a password, a lot of times they can guess or they'll just keep trying. And what happens is if you have an assistant and you're getting errors on logins or whatever, a lot of them are not, you may get so many emails that it gets buried quickly. So they get an email from Apple saying, "Hey, someone just logged in, or there's an error. Somebody couldn't get it. Boom, it gets buried in the next 10 minutes because 20 emails came in.
Mhm.
And then the assistants can't keep up, and that's one of the reasons I was telling you about Maelstrom. It's a utility to go and clean your emails out so you can keep track of all that stuff. But anyway, so that's how they were getting in, and then once they got in, they would change the email address so that it would go to another account. So any updates or errors, any other things that they were doing would automatically go to them. So if there was any alerts, that's the word I was looking for. Any alerts, it would go to them. And that's what the guys did with Twitter. That they literally changed a lot of information that was going to them when they got into Obama's account and all these other ones. They literally turned off all those features and changed the accounts to other accounts so that any alerts were going back to them.
Yeah, and it's the simplest things that could cause the most chaos.
And right, and when you're a celebrity, you have to be careful because people are building dossiers on you, and it's ridiculous. Some of the information they have, they know your puppy, your fifth when you're 5 years old, what your puppy's name was, and your cat's name. They have it literally, and that was in there. It showed what cat they had from this year to this year. This is the cat they had, and that's the name. This is the dog they had, and this is the picture. Or this is what type of breed it was, and then and it was crazy. Oh, this dog was a three-legged dog, and his name was Joe. Like they literally had a dossier like was so detailed. Even the FBI was like, "Yo, we don't have this much detail on the drug kingpins we go after."
I'm mad that the three-legged dog name was Joe. Joe, 3 letters, and dog has 3 legs.
Right? Exactly. Maybe that might have been a joke. Who knows? But my point is that you see these things. So back to what I was saying with that, the resolution of that is to deal with your passwords differently. One, obviously, you can use one of those password generators, but you're not going to remember 5'2", Z capital X. You're not going to remember that next week. You're barely going to remember it in an hour. So the best thing to do is to get into password phrases. If you're not, if you, and a password manager will help you deal with those other passwords, and it'll keep track of it. You don't have to remember them. But if you need to remember them, I always recommend using a password phrase, and there are generators for that. One that comes to mind that I use a lot is called dice phrase. Is it dice phrase? I don't remember. A dice phrase, yeah. I'm like Norton and what's his name that they kept doing it, and he couldn't remember that one song. And you remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
On Honeymooners, remember they were playing the song for that, and he couldn't remember that one song that Norton kept playing. The name of it. So I use the thing every day, and you don't remember the name. So it's called dice phrase. And what it is you generate a minimum of 6 words, and it's just random words, and you utilize that, and you can put it in your password manager, and it'll put words and alphanumeric number characters and numbers, and you can put it in there, and you'll keep track of when you're on a site and you change your passwords, you put that in, and now it's there, and it's a little bit more memorable. Because I can just run one right now, just to show you. I can run it right now, and it will give me It gives me sizably agreed, dating, gladiator, dumpling, diary, the number and the and sign, the ampersand, 4438.
Mm-hmm.
In 2 seconds, that's what it grabs for me.
Yeah, and I can tell you, I'm an individual that I change my password so frequent that I never remember half of them. Like
Well,
I'm like I'm always changing them, and I'm like okay, but even with me frequently changing my passwords, I have like you said, there's that go to that people use. So
and that's a bad thing, and you probably use them more than once.
right, so I'm like
That's
okay,
what you use password more than once.
this way, and I'll change it on the
Later.
end, but with maybe some a different random number pattern or whatever it may be, but
Right.
that clicks to me. And it's at one time, before all this stuff started, I was actually using, and I said when we was talking about Pedro, um, and the license plate of the car that he had in the driveway, my passwords to a lot of my accounts was the license plate on my car, and
Yeah,
I have
that's
a personalized plate, so it was something that was easy to remember. It was don't hate, don't hate. That was my password. So don't utilize that anymore because
one of your accounts out there probably still has it.
well, probably one that I don't even frequent or use, probably MySpace or some crap like that. But or Skolnick or one of those, or Black Planet or Mi Gente or
That goes back to what I was saying. So let me finish this one thought just so you remember what you just said. With the password managers and changing your password, that should allow you to go back and close accounts out. You go back, you should not have old accounts out there. If you have an old MySpace, close it down. Any account old bank accounts, close them down. Old things, close them down. When you get your password manager and start getting up to date quickly, I always say go with the core stuff, your current bank accounts, your kids stuff, all your main information things, email, things like that. Any of the core stuff in your life. Then you go out and deal with Netflix and all the other stuff. Now, some people put Netflix first, but hey, I always think of that stuff second. You know, so if they hack in and I can't get a movie, oh well, my life ain't over. They hack in and they drain my account. I'm broke till the banks decides to put my money back. You know, so that's not cute. And you're gonna get all those bounces while they figure out whether you're gonna do.
Figure out what's going on. Yeah.
Right. So changing the passwords is the best thing. Using a password, I recommend it. They're not expensive. Trust me. If you go spend, buy a couple of pizzas for home, it'll pay for it. It's something that $30 for a year. Ooh, I got that motion something light that just went out. There you go. I'm moving over here. If we stop moving, my motion sensor lights, all the lights go out. If you walk out the room, it's all my home automation stuff. So those are the type of things that you want to change and make sure that you keep track of, and you don't have to change them frequently. That used to be the rule: change your password monthly. NIST is a government agency, National Institute of Science and Technology, and they're the ones that give the recommendation to the rest of the federal government on technology and computer related stuff. And for a lot of government agencies, that's their minimum standard. For the rest of the world and corporations and people, they're just giving you advice, and they're saying we recommend this minimum standard so that you feel a little bit at ease. And funny thing is, if you just do the minimum standard, you're more safer. When it comes to patching and making sure that your antivirus is up to date and all these other things, and you're following a password manager or utilizing a password manager, you're making sure that the passwords used to be 8. Now they've moved up to 12 and 16, and I think their recommendation is 12 of characters, alphanumeric characters. If you go to passphrases, their recommendation is 6 words. Mm-hmm. Is that the minimum? And so you don't need to change it monthly, but if you do get breached, then you can sign up for breach services. I think some of the banks are already doing it, and there's other places that'll let you know if your username and password shows up on the internet. And when you get that alert, the first thing you do is go in, and most likely, and I've done it, I'm guilty of it. I've had a password manager since about 2004 when RoboForms first came out, 2004, 2005, somewhere around there. And I've utilized the same password for years before I became knowledgeable about it. And so I've changed my core passwords, but every so often I go and look and I see, oh, you've got 20 duplicates, and I'll go in and clean those up. And you shouldn't have duplicates. You should have 0 duplicates. On my core stuff, I have no duplicates. On my old stuff, and I started deleting them and closing accounts, like I tell people. But I've got like 10,000 different, accounts in there. So I've got to go through them every so often and delete things and go in and make sure the account is closed and all that stuff. So that's one of the ways you go and you start cleaning up, deal with your kids. And there's also notes in there. You can put other notes in there, like when you get an encryption code. Like if you were to set up your encryption for Microsoft, you get that encryption code when you do the BitLocker for your hard drive. You get an encryption code. What do people do? Drop it in their Dropbox. Nope. You got to put it somewhere. Take that code and put it in your RoboForm or any of the other password, 1Pass, whatever. Put it there so you can get to it. It's triple des encrypted. That whole thing is encrypted. I know there was some issues and people thought that the password managers were getting hacked. The way they were getting hacked is how they stored the information locally. That means somebody had to get physical access to your machine to get to that information that was stored locally. And so they couldn't get to it any other way. So that was like a real big scare thing that people like, oh, I don't want password managers now. So that was the thing. They had to have physical access to your machine for that. And that's been fixed since then. A lot of them have changed the way they store, in cache, how they store information and how it's done. And that's all encrypted. And they've all changed the way they've done it since then. So you definitely need a password manager, minimum 12 characters regardless, and then 6 words. And you can use words. And I tell people, if you want to come up with, you don't want to use dice phrase, you can come up with stuff personal, but not personal to you. Maybe something from a Bible, God loves me, truly, 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 stuff like that. I remember working with a client last year. She was an executive, and we had a consulting gig with a company, which I can't talk about, but they asked me to do something with her on a project, and she was having problems. So I started supporting her at that second. It was funny. I was working on with a project, and at the time she was having a problem, I was like, all right, let me work with you and I'll fix this problem. Because she was like, oh, help desk, they haven't helped me. So we mostly resolved the problem. And then she had to change her password. And she was like, what do I use? And I was like, well, and I explained the whole phrasing. And she was like, oh, and literally her daughter was sitting there, was playing. Her daughter was drawing on with a comic book or whatever, coloring book or whatever it was. And her daughter looked up, and I was on camera with her because I could see her daughter. And her daughter looked up and says, the cow jumped over the moon, Mom. That quick, the little kid got it. The mother couldn't think of it.
And that's just crazy.
And the little girl just, without a beat, just said it. And you know, you're like, what? Right there. The little kids get it. So you tell them, come up with words, and they can come up with their books. They'll come up with their stories. They'll come up with stuff, you know, and people come out of stuff with Bibles. You could, a friend of mine was one of my boys was like, his daughter was Alexis. Alexis is killing me every day slowly, you know, and stuff like that. And he started with that, and then he started putting numbers at the end of it. So it was like, you know, and so I laughed, but then when his daughter found it, he had to change it. It was like, well, remember that one day? That's the day I wrote the password. So, but it was funny. But those are the type of things you can write. You know, doesn't have to be nasty. It could be funny. But you can make those type of passphrases that you remember, and you'll remember them. He never forgot that password. That lady never forgot that password of the cow jumped over the moon, because actually she put in a color. You know, the whatever cow jumped over the moon, and then she put a couple of numbers after it, and she used it. And it was like, but it was fun. She never forgot it. I spoke to her 5 months ago, just in passing. Happened to be on the same webinar, and she sent me an email, and I was like, hey, and she goes, I still haven't forgotten that password.
And you know, it's one of those things we will remember phrases or instance,
but something that's funny to you, you always remember,
right? And to try and figure out something that we made up at the spur of the moment,
right?
Like there are times that I could come up with a password, and as soon as I click submit, right, I'm like, what the hell was that again? Like just that quick.
Well, you're getting old, so I understand that. Remember, we ain't too far apart.
Yeah, no, we're pretty close. We're pretty close. Pretty close.
So the thing is that that's what password managers are for. So when people are like, well, you don't need to remember them. That's what technology is for. Let technology help you. You know what I mean? When I talk to a lot of the elderly or people that, you know, are really being forced to, they're people that have been around technology, but never really forced to, you know, really engage it. And now that they're forced to do it, they're fighting it. And the thing is that you have to let the technology. It's like you don't put wood in the stoves anymore, right? You like your little stove that you just click, and it turns on, right? You don't know where the gas comes from. You don't know anything, right? You know, you leverage that, right? You know, you leverage your little blenders, right? So it's like, come on, you like your little TV. So let the technology work for you. You know, if you have a password manager, the password manager will, when you go to a website, it'll go in and fill in the password and username. You don't even have to know them. And with businesses, the good thing about it is if they get a password manager for business, I can give you a password. I can assign a password to you. You have no access to look at it. So you can actually log into a site and never see the password and username. Because I've assigned it to you, but I've assigned it to you in a way that you can't see the username and password. So all you do is clicking. I go to, let's say you were going to QuickBooks. So you click it, and it logs into QuickBooks for you. And you never see the username and password because you're just my bookkeeper, and I don't want you to know it. So click, and then I assigned it to them. My assistant has passwords. I let her see them. I don't have a trust with her. Me and her, I trust her explicitly. But I could assign her not to be able to see it. I could just take off certain rights, and she won't be able to see them.
Yeah.
And so she has, anytime I put certain passwords in a folder that we have, I have personal stuff and then I have business stuff, and I just take the business stuff and put it in the folder. And the minute I put it there, she has access to it. And so that's as easy as it is. And she can go wherever. She can log into my YouTube. She can log into anything, and she logs in with my account. And so that's where password managers are the best thing for you. And the other thing is like when you have to fill out forms, at least a lot of the ones that I use, you have to fill out a form for something new, or a lot of people are registering for things. Hit the button and it registers the whole thing for you.
Yeah.
Like fills it all out. All
I
your name, birthday, like you have different profiles. You have one for work, one for personal, one for family. I have one for family in there. I click it, it puts my family email address. And that's the other thing. And it's another tip that I try to give people. Please, and I know people are crazy, but I know this whole thing separation in marriage, and I know this is, and I don't agree with it, but you have your personal account, she has a personal account, or your spouse has, make sure we keep it PC. The spouse has a personal account, wherever they are, he or she, you should have a joint email account that you just use for personal. Let's say something medical related, something, let's say if you're at a family get together and they want to send you both something, instead of giving them two email addresses, just give them the family email address. And it'll be a lot less inundated. And one of you will see something that comes in from Aunt Judy that says somebody is sick. You know what I mean?
Right.
It makes it easier. So that's one of the things what I do with that. So with the password managers, and then from there, like we said, once you do that and you're managing passwords, and a lot of businesses are coming up with password managers now. When you start working, they have password managers for you. It's then you start getting into making sure that you're trained right and that you're aware of not to click on emails, not to do certain things. If you get an email from Amazon or the bank or whoever, go to the bank yourself. Don't go there. That's why. And one of the tricks I know with me, if I get an email or if something's off, I can see quickly based on. So even if you click the email, usually a lot of times they're collecting information. That's the phishing. But sometimes you can click the email and you'll get a virus or a link. But if you click an email and they're trying to get information for you, if you have a password manager, and if that site is legit, your password manager with the right site name will be there. If it's not there, then it's not the right site. Something's wrong. I'm lazy. My laziness is saved me, because when I go up to the site to click the password and it's not there, I know I'm on the wrong site. I turn it off.
You X out.
Yeah, I X out. Then, oh man, they almost got me, and I've been got before. It was funny. We had a meeting the year before, a couple of years ago when I was with HPE. We had a meeting and we were talking budgetary stuff. That wasn't even part of the meeting. It was just we were looking at the future, and someone was talking budgetary stuff. The same day we received an email about budgets. Hey, remember that budget thing? Here it is. It was just so funny. I clicked it, and that thing was sending out emails. It literally jumped into my. It loaded into my machine and started going through my contact list and sending out emails. And then they shut me down. Like the system shut me down quickly. But a bunch of people got it. So I was the butt of the joke for a week. You got sucked. It didn't bother me. I was like, hey, it happens. I'm human. I don't take offense to that. I'm not, it's like, it's like a guy who's a mechanic. You've had a car. You're a mechanic. You're a mechanic. Your car's broken down, right? Is that embarrassing? No, it happens, right?
Nah, stuff breaks.
Stuff breaks. Flat tires happen. You can't control everything in that engine.
The mechanics have the worst cars, and I will tell you that not only from experience, but from just knowing. Mechanics know, hey, look, I could go another couple of 100 miles on this before it really blow up.
So, right. On that note, we knew my father was coming home because we heard his muffler from 10 miles away. We knew, God's coming. Yeah. You hear from down the block.
He's like, carbon monoxide poisoning. I'm good as long as I don't start getting sleepy. Right? It's just one of those.
What's that? No way.
No big deal.
But that's the thing is I don't get embarrassed by that stuff like that. If somebody hacked my site tomorrow, which has happened before. Remember years ago when I first started doing a lot of the web stuff, I think way back when we started learning it, getting into WordPress and Joomla, I didn't know anything about that, and I learned it and I did okay. I learned enough to be dangerous. and I got hacked. Somebody put up some porn thing, and I just deleted it and put my old site back up. I didn't care. Like, I don't care.
Just real quick, and it happens. It happens to the best of them. It happens to those that even know more than what we know, and
Right.
it's you guys are you guys have education. You guys have all this other stuff, and you still get hacked. And all it takes is that one situation of you just saying, I'm not going to pay attention to that. Nah, it can't happen to me.
Right.
Oh, so what?
A little hubris. I'll give you that. We have egos. You obviously we all talk about that. I joke. We have egos, and in this game, you have to have an ego to get ahead. And you're egotistical. And the thing is at times you be like, yeah, I'll know when they're sending me a phishing, and you don't, because they're get better at it. You know, the day they caught me with that email was just literally happenstance. We were talking about budgetary, and an email came through. And I clicked on it without paying attention. I wasn't even looking at the email. I was like, oh, he sent it to somebody. And I didn't even look at who sent it. I just like, oh, one of the guys sent it. And I'm thinking of a particular guy in my head because he was like, oh, let me see if I can get a hold of some information. And so I'm thinking, oh, he sent something, and clicked it without even paying attention. And then the funny thing is the week after, one of the guys on the team got caught with the same thing. And I'm sitting there laughing. Oh, so I'm the ass. I'm the one that did it the first time. You saw it, and you had to stick your finger in it too.
Right.
So who's the ass? The one who got caught by accident, or the one who saw the other one get caught and still did it? you know. So it's a good natured thing, and we rib each other. We've done it for years. When guys make mistakes, we rib each other. You know, we used to have the CompUSA badge back when CompUSA was a thing, a store, and we used to harass those guys a lot when we worked at New York, in Manhattan. There was a CompUSA, and we used to harass those guys. And somebody gave us a CompUSA badge, and we sort of talked about how little they knew, and they were just boobs. So we called it the Boob of the Week Award. If that Boob of the Week Award wound up on your desk, that you were the Boob of the Week. You were the Boob of the Week. And people would literally want to fight if they walked in and saw that on their desk.
Wow.
We all would vote. Like it was just a majority vote. People were like, he's the boob, he's the and they could have did it last night at dinner when nobody else was around. And you walk in and that Boob of the Boob of the Week is on your desk. And so then they were happy to pass it on to somebody else and nominate someone else. You know, so you got ribbed for a week, and you know, no, it's funny. Nobody ever broke it. Nobody threw it out. It was one of those things.
It was like
it wound up on my desk. I didn't care. Like people like, we've nominated you. I'm like, okay, so you nominated me. One of you chumps will get it next week anyway. You know?
I'm good. You got me for the next 7 days.
Yeah, that's it. You know, so like, what of you guys are gonna be a month? We're gonna Boob of the Week, Boob of the Month award. But yeah, so it was one of those things, and so we joked about it a lot. And you got to be nature, and you have to have that humility, and you have to understand that the best of us out there. Look, it happened to Jeff Bezos, and I'm not saying he's he's not the most technologically guy. You know, things like this have happened to some of the most technologically guys out there. You know, I think the guy from not Facebook, Twitter, he got caught with something. So they get caught with these things. Everybody, it happens. You get thousands of emails. You're not paying attention. You click a link, and next thing you know, somebody's, you know, collecting data on you, or they dropping stuff off in you, a virus or some type of malware in your machine. You know, it happens, and you move on. So you know, it can happen to the best person, and if you understand that it can happen to you, and you don't have hubris, you know, I see some of these young kids. Oh, I can't get hacked. And people don't understand the majority of the hacking that happens is what they call social engineering. We talked about it before. Is I get a bunch of information, and that's where that falls under. When the Twitter hack happened, they're not hacking Twitter. They're doing social engineering. They're grabbing a ton of information about you and then guessing or getting, you know, hints. So when you put up if your password is wrong and you say, okay, give me the hint. You know, what's my first dog's name? I got my information. Boom. What's the cat's name in second grade? They got it. So when you're a celebrity, they can call that information. They'll figure it out. They literally will pick up a phone and call your mother and be like, "Hey, I'm an assistant over here that company that she just did a magazine for. We're just getting some backstory, some interesting quibs. And can you tell me what your dog's name was and your cat? And you remember this?" And they'll literally do stuff like that. They did it to, I forgot what celebrity said the mother got called by some newspaper. When they checked into it, turned out they didn't exist.
Yeah. And it's funny that you say you brought up like that type of story. I you know there was a point in time that people were getting phone calls, right? From like the I want to say IRS phone calls, right?
That's still a big thing. That's still a big thing. Vishing, they call it vishing, I think now.
Yeah, and I got a freaking phone call, and it's like, yo, do you know you have a warrant out for your arrest
Come and
because
get.
you owe XYZ and blah blah blah. I'm such and such agent badge number, blah blah blah. Like they're able to sit there and come up with stuff that's believable. It's scripted, it's believable, and you don't even realize it because they touch those emotional
And,
things.
and they do some background check because I know one of the guys that was getting caught with that, he actually reversed it on them. When he looked at their screen, he actually hacked into them while they were doing it to him. Because what it is, you give him access. But once you give him access, there's a way back to them. And if you know what you're doing, you'll get them to give you access. And he did the same thing. There's a video on it. There's a couple of videos on guys who hacked the guys who called. And when they looked at the screen, they literally had his name and his Facebook account up. So they were looking at pertinent information on him.
Wow.
So so then he started going after them, and he deleted everything on their machine. Obviously, that machine will go back up, but he scared them and saying, "Yeah, I got you."
But it's the craziest thing because there are so many different ways, and we're so afraid of what can happen via technology on social media pages and emails and accounts that we have. But a lot of times the way they gain access is through a way that we've let our guard down.
Right, we're the problem. That's why I say human is one of the biggest issues.
Yeah.
And when you have no accountability at home, you allow your kids to do whatever, or you're doing stuff, you don't have rules set. And that's where at home you don't have the same rules at work. You're not going to be fired, so you're a little freer and you're more likely to make mistakes.
Right. And people don't even realize that there's so many different ways to spoof things. Like spoofing an IP address is one, right? You can spoof an IP address, but you can also spoof a freaking phone number, right? You spoof a phone number saying, "Hey, look, they find out what your daughter's name is because she didn't know how to XYZ or secure her joint," and you'd be like, "Mom, I need to get XYZ information. I need this, that, and the third." It's gonna come through on your phone like it came from your daughter, right? It's gonna pop up, and then you're gonna be like, "Oh my goodness!" You're gonna give up the information.
Right. And here's the thing: there's the one I know they were doing one years ago where they call you up and said, "We got your daughter. We kidnapped her, and we got this. And if you don't give us the money, she's dead. You got 1 hour." And they do it when the kid's trying to get home from school or something, because they know the kid's going to be out of loop for a while. And so then you're calling a kid, and most kids ignore their parents, which is another thing that's a problem. I put out a podcast a while ago, and I'll send you the link so you can share it. And in there, I talked about that there were guys that were targeting kids, targeting their phones. They would go into McDonald's or Starbucks or wherever the local hangout is for kids in a specific area. Some could be McDonald's, whatever. It usually changes. I even found like a In-N-Out burger that had Wi-Fi, and there was one place there was a bunch of kids at. Whatever that place is where kids are hanging out at, usually you'll see some people working at. And the problem is some of these guys will set up a fake Wi-Fi. It's a man in the middle type thing. And an access point. They'll have a little box, and they'll set up an access point, and then that access point connects to the store one. And then when you log into theirs, it automatically lets you through. But while you're doing that, you're logging into theirs, and as you're logging in, they're trying to collect data on your phone. They're pulling information. They're trying to get into it. They're trying to send you an alert or some type of prompt that says, "Hey, you've just logged on to McDonald's. please say okay, accept this terms of agreement or whatever terms of, uh, of the things, and then you click yes, and boom, you just allowed them to put something on your computer or your phone, and then now they're sitting there pulling stuff off your phone. And they used to do that to a lot of they would do this to a lot of young kids, especially girls, that they would target little boys, and then they would go after them. They would target them at long access to them, and so you got to watch out for that. And that's why we have to have that accountability at home, and where they're logging on to. Parents need to be making sure that the computer, they're if the kids are taking their devices and going to other friends' houses and other places, and they're logging on to different Wi-Fi's, you got to be careful. Somebody's got to be making sure that those things are clean. I'm always cleaning. I didn't do it recently, but I should. And now that she got that scare, I'm definitely going to make sure my wife has a lot of protections on her laptop and her devices. We have some basic stuff, but I'm definitely going to put some more monitoring and higher level stuff, some commercial level stuff. But we definitely need to just have that type of making awareness that your kids are going to create a lot of problems. They're going to take these laptops and these devices and come home and connect them to your network. And so that means you now have a camera and a microphone in your house that if I have access to that phone and that phone I can connect to it because I put something on there. They put an app on their machine, on their device when they were at McDonald's earlier that day. Now they're in your home with a microphone and a camera. Now I can connect to that device and listen to what's going on. There was some guy who threatened a girl, oh, send me nudes, or I'm going to release this information about that boy you talked about. And so he got caught, got one doing time. But she did send some information to him until she got scared. She got so scared, she went to a friend, and that friend went to either the cops or they went to their parents. I forgot where they went to. But either way, finally the cops got involved and they tracked this guy down and they got him. And there was another incident where the similar situation, the guy was in McDonald's, wherever that place was, and the cop it was a young cop that walked in the door with an older cop. He was still a rookie, literally. He was straight out of the academy, like within months. But his world before that was IT. Mm. And he walked in there and he looked over and he sees a miniature access point, one of these tiny access points. He's like, why has this guy got an access point here? It's not like a MiFi or one of those like, Verizon things or, the little MiFis you have where you have your own internet. It's not one of those. He has a little wireless access point, meaning that he can create his own wireless access point. So he sees this little WAP there and he's looking at it and he just keeps looking at it. And then he notices a bunch of wires and then he happened to walk behind the guy and he notices the guy like flicked the thing real quick. So then he just started asking the guy questions. And then when he told his partner and the guy was an old timer and he was like, okay, let's watch him. And they started watching him from the car and something led to another. And they started checking the guy out and they found out he was on one of those pedophile, one of those rape lists. And he was from a different state that he hadn't registered here. So that was enough for them to go talk to him and snatch him up.
Wow.
And it was the eye of the kid.
Wow. And that is the craziest thing. And because I do have a pretty decent knowledge of IT. So a lot of the stuff you were saying, like I could definitely relate to, access points and things like that. And it's like people don't even realize how simple it is. Like you buy shit off Amazon for like 20, 30, 40 bucks. So you sit there and you plug it in and you do these things and you sit there and there's so many people that don't even know how to change the Wi-Fi name, right? They don't even know the basic the IP address that they give you instructions to say, hey, look, if you want to change the name, log in from your web browser at what is it 162 is 162
192
right,
168.1 or 1.0.
Right, the basic stuff, right? You throw in a little IP address, and then you get this fucking window that pops up, and you're like, "Oh my gosh, what's this? This is so cool!" Right? Because you sit there, and you're like, "Yo, this is so cool. I didn't go nowhere. It takes you to a place, and they got all this information." they don't even realize how simple it is to sit there and ghost a certain situation to create that McDonald's Wi-Fi or that Wendy's Wi-Fi or that Starbucks Wi-Fi, and they don't need. They can be close enough that they can be sitting in their car in the parking lot, and because you're not, you're gonna see different names, and they might set it up where it's like Starbucks
Right.
primary,
They'll say
right?
Starbucks backup or something, or Starbucks,
Shit.
Wi-Fi station one, and you'll think it's the right one. And since it's the closest one, usually it's the top on the list. You click it because the
Right,
guy sitting right next to you in the cafeteria, or the areas where everybody's sitting at.
right.
So you click it because it's the closest one, and then you're on his Wi-Fi, and then he's passing you through. And it's no. I used to do the trick years ago before the hotels started letting you go through Netflix and having Roku and all that. I was doing it because I had a little WAP station. It's right here. Where is it at? I was just here a little while ago. I still got that damn thing. And it's a little Wi-Fi box that I had, and it's literally, I think I paid $16 on Amazon, and all I did was I would connect that to the hotel when I used to be on the road a lot, and then I would sit there and connect. Then I would set up my own Wi-Fi, and then make sure I would give them the IP, the MAC address, and that's so they would approve me. And it'd be like, oh, I can't see it, it's not coming up, and then they would approve the MAC address. So then now I can get on their network. And once they approve that little Wi-Fi station on their network, then I can everything else can run through it because they would stop other devices. And
Yeah,
so I could stream. I could sit there and put my Roku up and then stream from my laptop to the Roku inside there in the hotel room and pull, get stuff off the internet or stuff from my library for Roku or Plex, and stuff like that. And I was doing it all the time through their network. And sometimes it'd be like, oh, I'm doing professional stuff. I need to make sure I would pay the extra fee. And then I'm sitting there streaming all night, watching videos and movies and this was before everybody was doing the little Amazon sticks and stuff like that. You can get movies and all that for free. So I was sitting there downloading movies, and I would watch it from home because I'd have a server, and I would watch it through Plex at the hotel. And I wasn't going to pay the $20 for their stupid movies. So, Dominic, you still there?
yes, sir.
Okay. For some reason, I only see me.
Oh yeah, I was highlighting you, bro.
Okay. Just making sure. I thought I disconnected. So you could sit there and do that, and people were doing it. And so one of the biggest things is that's been going on for a while. And so back to what I was saying before, I just want to make sure your security of your phones. Make sure one of the biggest things is back up your data. If you have iCloud, back everything up. If you have Android, Android does a lot of backups, and they sync your data, and you can make sure that's done. And then what happens is if you, and I hear this all the time, and we were just talking about it, and my wife wrote an article on her incident the other day, and she had mentioned, well, there's no data on my machine, so my husband's going to redo it. Ultimately, I didn't have to redo it. I didn't have to re-image the machine or restore it from backup because it's going to be backed up, and you can do a restore, or you can do a real quick re-image. And if I take this phone, and I've done it before, and I had a fire some years ago, going back to 2008. I had a fire in my computer room, and I literally, for almost 2 weeks, I was working from a laptop with a phone, and I had restored all my data. I had backed up my data the night before. It was like finishing up the latest and greatest data. And when the fire happened, and it was just the computer room that was messed up, and then all the little bit of water damage. But I couldn't be there for a few days, actually more than that. And then I had to go on the road and to go work. And so I was working from a laptop and a phone, and everything that I had on there was I could get to because it was on the cloud already. And this is 2008. I was using cloud, and my data. And so, if your phone dies, I could take this phone, throw it out the window. And what happens is most people freak out because all their data is on here. Oh, my contacts. Why are your contacts still here? You have iCloud. Why is your contacts here? You have Google. Google allows you to sync all that stuff. Why is there any pictures on people? Oh, my family pictures. You could sync that with iCloud. You could sync that with Google's. with Google Pics. So there should be nothing here that you need. Nothing. There should be nothing on here that you need. I could take it, throw this out the window, go to the store, and 45 minutes after I get the phone, I should be up and running with this phone like it was before that. And all it is because you're backing it up and you're syncing all your data outside. Now, there's a difference between a backup and sync. Understand that. Backup, when you restore it from backup, it is the way it was, meaning all your applications are logged in. You don't have to re-log in. If you do a full clean restore, that every app that you put there, because I know when I put this new phone on, all the apps come down, but you still got to go into every one of them and log in. But if you have a password manager, it'll be simple. But the thing is if you do a restore from backup, then you're good. If you do a clean install and do this thing and get a new machine, then you're going to have to go in and it'll download your apps. Because I know with the Google, when it says restore, it'll pull back all your data. It'll pull back all your bookmarks. It'll do everything, but it's not going to make it where it's not going to restore it back to the point where you don't have to log in. So you will have to go to each app and log into each of them. And iPhone does the same thing. You can do a full backup where you can restore that same phone to where it was. Or you're going to do is resync it, and then all your data and all the information that comes back, and then you'll just have to log into the apps. I don't see why anybody ever has to go somewhere and say, "Oh, I need data recovery," because I see it all the time on some of the channels I watch where people spend thousands to get data off their computer. It's ridiculous. If you're on the computer, and just real quick, there's a difference between online storage and backup. People think online storage is backup, even though they provide you software that says backup. Google gives you a software that says backup. Now, Dropbox gives you software that says backup your data. And so does OneDrive, Microsoft. The reality is that's not true backup. And I'll tell you why. In their service agreement, when you read it, they're responsible for the environment. Meaning, if there's a problem and they go down and they come back up and data is corrupted, that's your problem. They're responsible for the environment. They're responsible for bringing Dropbox back up so it can be utilized, or OneDrive. They are not responsible for your data. So if your data gets corrupted after they have an incident, it's your problem.
Wow.
So your data should be backed up by a backups company. That is their job, to make sure that you get no corruption on your backups. They're responsible for your data. There's a difference. They're responsible for you collecting that and holding onto it. And it's usually encrypted. Dropbox is not encrypted. Neither is OneDrive or any of them. And so if somebody breaks in, they got all your data. If there's no encryption or encryption key or security, you're done. When you try to get into these sites, there's usually some type of, you have to go through multiple layers of multi-factor authentication to get to your data. And that's another thing. You should turn all that stuff on your online drive space, your online storage, and that'll help you out. But if you're a person, and I'm not saying this for criminals, there are people who have like celebrities and people who need to keep things secure. Now, I'm not saying this for criminals. If somebody ever tries to get in, or if the government wants to get in, and like I know a lot of security guys, there are other governments trying to get into them. And they sit there and make sure that a lot of this stuff is encrypted. So even if they get a hold of the actual data, it's encrypted. And it takes a long time for some of the encryption, years for these guys to get through it. It makes it more difficult, and that's I know the cops upset because iPhone won't give out any security. They're saying we don't have it anymore, and they're pissed off. I know there was a couple of court cases where they've had to withdraw because they can't get access to the data and the person doesn't give them the encryption key. There's nothing they can do. They can't get into the iPhone.
Yeah.
And so you need to protect yourself. And so if the government can't get in, then most likely, and with a warrant and them spending, 20, 30,000 a pop. And that's why they can't do it often, because there are methods, but you have to not have certain features enabled for it to work. If you have all the security features that they have on the iPhone enabled, they won't be able to get in even if they spend 20 or 30,000 a phone, they won't be able to get into it.
You know
And
what's the crazy part? I can I've had for a little while I was an iPhone user, a little iPhone advocate, I guess, only because of what we spoke about earlier, graphic designers, web designers, musicians and stuff like that would utilize the iPhone platform or the
it's about the Apple platform. You talk about the laptops and
right,
the
the
Mac.
Apple platform. But even if you yourself forgot the password to your iCloud or forgot the password to your Apple device, it's like, no, we're not giving it to you. It's like, bro, but it's mine. So what? We don't care.
Right.
So, so it's the weirdest thing that the security behind Apple is is very real. The multiple the I think they call it two-factor verification.
Multi-factor authentication. Two factors when it started with two, but now it's multi-factor authentication.
Right. Like
MFA.
there's I don't even know if people even realize that a lot of times when you're logging in, if you forgot a password and you're
Yeah.
logged in under that same Apple account or Apple ID as they call it, you'll log in and you'll get this freaking, hey, look, somebody's trying to log in. It's showing a map of
Right.
where the person is logging in from. They give you a
Is
six-digit
that
code in to verify and all those things. Like I think it's amazing from an IT standpoint and from being able to protect the information and things like that. I think it's a great thing. But
right? And that's what I was mentioning with celebrities. But if that happens and you get 20 emails after that, that gets buried.
yeah,
So, and then the problem with people saying, "Oh, I forgot my ID or password." One of my boys, and I'll leave him nameless. He every time I turn around, he's got a new Facebook account. What happened? Oh, I forgot the password. Dude, get a password manager. Oh, I
right.
forgot the email account that's associated with it. Because I'm like, dude, go in there and do forgot. Oh, I don't have access to the email account that was connected to that. So he's got 20 different emails and he's got 20 different Facebook accounts. And I'm like, dude, what the? Can you get a password manager?
Yes, I know how that is. Like sometimes I'm not gonna name her, but she's the person that birthed me. I always get a friend request on Facebook, like, hey, such and such wants to be your friend. I'm like, I got 14 of those
Right. Is
accounts.
that really you?
And I'm like, is that true? Because I know that it's a possibility that it might not be you, but since we're still able to communicate in close proximity, I'll be like, hey, did you send this to me? Is this really you? Oh yeah, I forgot my password. I'm like, oh okay. Then I'll accept it. But
Right.
it's just people that don't even realize that seeing that multiple times for people that know is a red flag. Like, no, I'm not going to accept it because this could not be you duplicating social media accounts, sending out emails from a email address that looks similar to something that you may have had or the other person that may have had is possible. It could be
Right.
off a letter, it could be a capital, it could be a symbol or asterisk or whatever the hell it is that they put in there. And it's very scary for
It- it-
that don't know.
right. And then the thing is that you know, and we have talked about this before. If you if you're not paying attention, that those are the type of things that can happen. You know what I mean? If you allow people access, or with my saying with my boy, another guy I know, he had similar situation, but he was a lot less frequent. But every so often, I was getting a new request from him, and I received a new request from him, and I think 2 days later, hey, anybody get a request from me, deny it. And then that person was asking me things. He was asking me things, and I'm like, and something real quick. I was like, dude, where did you meet me at? So I disconnected him, and then that's when I sent him an email. I said, dude, that's too late because I already caught the guy because he's asking me too many questions and wants me to go places and click links, and I ain't going nowhere and clicking no damn links. So, you there?
Yes, sir.
So just check it, man, because sometimes the screen just changes and I don't see you.
no. That's me doing my producer stuff on my
Oh,
end.
okay.
You
Yeah,
know,
I don't want people to see you doing your magic.
right? I'm a G with this, yo. I'm
Yeah,
telling you, like,
right. Don't pay attention to the guy behind the curtain.
you know, don't pay. You see my hand right now?
Yeah,
My,
Wizard of Oz back there.
you see that shit? My skeleton. Oh, look at that. It's cool.
So yeah, so that's what I'm always trying to explain to people is these are little things that you can do. We go back to the password managers and just keeping things up to date and just being aware. If you do those things, a lot less things happen. Because once ago we just said three different issues. Oh, I can't do my restore for my iPhone. Why? Because you don't have the password. Oh, I don't remember the encryption. Oh, I don't remember this. Well, if you had a password manager, you wouldn't have to worry about any of those things because
That's
you can get it at any point. You know, people are like, well, all you got to do is remember one password for the password manager, and you don't have to remember anything else. So make sure that's a goodie. You know, something you'll remember. You know that you'll I love my wife so dear. You know, something you don't care. You know, and you'll never forget it. You know, and so anything that you have, you know, all you can be protected. And then when we talked about the difference between it's about being aware. You know the difference between online storage and backups. And these are things you should be investing in. I tell people investing because you're investing in protecting your family and yourself. And the fact that people are targeting your kids and targeting your families for different reasons. There are people, I just read an article where there was a hack in a major corporation, and how they got in was because they looked at all the subcontractors that belonged to this corporation and found an HVAC guy who was self-employed and hacked into his computer system and basically got into his laptop. He took that laptop and would go to that corporation and plug into their system to work on all the HVAC stuff, and he infected them through the back door.
wow.
They targeted this man.
Now I have
So
a
they
question.
targeted his whole network.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question, right? We talk about backup and restores and stuff like that. Now, right, a lot of times the the normal individual are gonna pay for services, like the iCloud or the Google Drive or the OneDrive through Microsoft,
Okay.
right? Like I don't know too much about. I don't probably hasn't paid attention. You got the Dropbox and things like that, right? Right, that
Mhm.
sit there and store information. Now, as you said, these these services say, "Hey, look, we're responsible to the point of the data being encrypted. After that, it's on you." How important would it be to have a manual backup? Like, and when I say manual backup, I mean an external hard drive or those large storage hard drives, 3 terabytes, things like that, like through Western House and all that they sell these commercialized backups that you plug in via USB and back up your PC, back up your Apple device and things like that. How important would that be as in addition to those cloud storages that we're so frequent to use because they push it so much?
Okay. Anything is better than nothing, and that's why I'll start with that. If your data is being backed up to, and it saved me. I remember I was looking for data for over a year, and then I remembered that when I worked at a location, I created um, I created an account just for that location, and then when I remembered it, I went and looked at my password manager and found it, and then logged in, and the data I was looking for was there. I was like, yes, I was so happy. But the thing is if you're doing anything, it's better than nothing. But then we have to start making certain we understand what we're doing. If we're aware of the technologies and their pitfalls, we understand what we talked about with online storage, Dropbox, all those other ones, Microsoft OneDrive and all of them. Then we have to understand backups, iDrive, Backblaze. There's a few of them out there. Okay. And what they do is they're backing up your data. And yes, it's online. And it takes time sometimes, depending how much data you have. And they can charge a premium sometimes because it's about the data amount. And they do seeding. If you have a lot of data, let's say you have a home office or you have a lot of things, they allow you to seed it. They'll send you a hard drive, you dump all your data on there, you back up to it, and then you send it to them. And then they put it online, and now all you're doing is deltas, which word is, if you hear the word delta, it just means changes. Things that have changed from a set point to another. So if you send it to them and they get it, and 4 days later, they put it online and you're ready. So now there's a 4-day difference. Whatever happened in those 4 days from the last time you backed it up to now is going to be the only differences. So it'll be a lot less data that has to be sent over the internet. So that's the way a lot of them will work. Now, here's the thing with online, the storage. Remember, you have online storage and then you have storage locally. The storage locally, if I go get a Western Digital Drive or whoever and plug it in, that's considered storage. It's online storage. It's just another hard drive. If someone were to get a ransomware or any type of virus on me that corrupts my data or locks my data, it's going to do it to the drive. It's connected. So you have to think about that. So if one of those things happen, that data is going to get deleted or it's going to get grabbed and you're done. So it's good. I believe in a hybrid approach. I believe go with something local so it's easier to restore. And then also have, and I remember I did it for a client. He had his Dropbox and that, and then he had a small, tiny server. He bought one of these little mini servers. I think it cost him like $500, $600. And a lot of these little mini servers are so cheap now. You can get them for $200. And for home, I recommend them. They usually call them like home servers or home, what did it? I just saw a name. It's a home appliance, and they look like the cable boxes. They're like that big, and literally or that small. Some of them are a little small. You plug them in, and what they do is they'll back up all your data. And what I was doing from there is I actually I installed his Dropbox, like in there. So all his, let me rephrase. I was backing up his Dropbox to that also. And and I found out later you could do an app, so it backs up your Dropbox to the data storage, and so it would back it up locally. And then if you paid for the extra service, it would back it up into the cloud. So not only is his back is if there's ever some type of ransomware or malware that comes in and locks out your data, even your Dropbox is sitting there connected to you. If your machine is open, it's going to see it as another drive and it's going to lock it. And so your Dropbox, it'll just delete it or it'll throw it in an encrypted file, and then you can restore on the Dropbox side, but it makes it a lot difficult. And so you can utilize that. We were backing it up, and we were backing up his personal data and business data to this drive, and then we were doing it online. So then that's the hybrid approach. And then the other thing is if you're backing up the devices, that's another thing. So if you're backing up the laptop and the computers, if you're backing that up, which is they call a system state, which if I restore, if something happens to this machine today, like when my wife, when I was working on her situation, the first thing I said is I'll just restore it, because we know data is not there. There's no real data there. Everything is on Dropbox, everywhere else. So I really didn't care. When I get on there, I'll go through it. I'll make sure it's isolated, not on my network, and I'll work on it. And then I'll restore if I need to. I'll restore her machine. Turns out I didn't need to do any of that because it was one of those faked up things. I cleaned out the machine, and then I put other monitoring just in case there was some payload dropped and I don't see it. Yeah. Nothing alerted, nothing checked out. So I was like, cool. It was one of those stupid websites that, oh, you've been hacked, and it's a lie. So that's the biggest thing. So if they hack your machine or if something happens, the easiest thing is just restore everything back to normal. Have that whole machine wiped and cleaned. And the funny thing is you have to definitely make sure it's cleaned well. And they wipe the drive out and clear out all the freaking sectors and zero it out, and then you start again. It's a DoD, what they call a DoD clean, which is that passes through each and every sector and puts a 0-bit there and it cleans it out. 1 and zeros, and it goes through all of them 7 times. It goes through every single one of them, which is one of the lowest type of cleanings you can do. And so there's nothing left behind. and then you restore. And they call a bare bones restore. Oops, sorry, not moving over here.
You're moving,
And
but you're not moving enough.
you're
But
not moving enough. Yeah, the way it's angled is it's angled towards the door if you walk in the door. So since I'm away from the door, I might have to angle it a little way over here. So if there's moving up the computer, it'll stay on. Um, so if actually if it's that little white box on the side of the printer there, see
yeah,
it? That's it. That's the motion sensor.
yeah, like right over here, right? Yes.
Yeah, it's that little one right up there. So it's pointed at the door. So when you walk in the door, the lights click on. So um, if you do all those, if you're doing that hybrid approach and you're making sure your data is backed up and everything like that, you're good to go. Like I said with my wife, you can just redo the restore on the hard drive on the hardware. So now you're doing a bare bones. You're going in and you're restoring the whole thing back to normal. Microsoft usually has an image. A lot of the big makers will have a base image. The base image will bring you back to where you got it at the store. If you do a bare bones restore, you're going to do it at the day that you backed up. So you're going to get back in there. Everything's going to be back to the way it was the day you backed it up. And so that's the benefit of doing your own backups, especially on the hardware. There are some companies out there that do device backups for iPhones and Androids where if you restore back to you were that day.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what's good about that. So you're just paying for that type of service. So like I said, a hybrid approach is good when it comes to laptops and computers. For devices, if you get that service where it's backing your data up and it's backing up the device so that you can restore it back to the way it was, that's great. Because even if they get in there and they do something, or you can actually just do a sync, go get a new phone, log in, and it'll sync everything back. You'll just have to log into the apps again, and you're good to go. And you don't have to worry about it. And a lot of companies, we had a company that I set that up. It was a few years ago. It goes back probably about 8 years when I had my first company, second company. They I did the work for them. We went through all that whole process, spent like 2 weeks, cleaning out a lot of crap because I didn't want to back up bad data and crap. So I went in and cleaned out their machine. And that's the other thing for machines. Please clean out your drives. Go in. There's something called Disk Cleaner. It's free. It's on your machine. And you can clean out all the crap on your machine. Do not save. And also, I found somebody who saves stuff in their trash bin. Do not save things in your trash bin.
There's a reason why it's in the trash.
Right. Because even if you don't delete the trash bin, if you throw some software on there, Norton's or anywhere, a lot of them will start deleting your trash bin. Yeah. And then you're like, oh, my data. And then most data, the backups are not going to back up the trash bin unless you do a full backup on your machine, like I said, a system state, and that will back up your trash bin. And that's stupid if you're going to go crazy because of a trash bin when you should have been storing it like on your online storage or something. But using that, so if you do that, that's cool. And then, like I said, all that stuff, you take your phone, you can restore it, or you can do a sync. Same thing with data on your computer. If you can do a restore or you can do a sync, which is pretty much, it'll get you up to a certain point, and then you'll have to just log into your apps. And the whole thing. So, but there's a price associated with that. How much do you want to spend? You have to find that balance for your home or your business. And for businesses, I recommend it. Find the money because it's worth it. And like I said, this company I did it for, we did it for 2 weeks, cleaned them out. And on the fourth week, they got hit with a nasty virus and the guy was freaking out. And 20 minutes after I walked in, I had all his machines back and up and running. I walked in the door, click, 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 boom, 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 just started restoring every machine, boom, 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 boom. And he was like, oh my God, because he had been bitching about the fee. He wasn't bitching about that fee no more. He wasn't bitching about that fee no more.
I bet he wasn't. And it's like, I will say that when it comes to, technology and things like that, like people don't even appreciate. They're like, oh, you charge too much for this. I don't understand why this is so expensive. I never saw you. You're logged in. What's going on? Are you really doing your work until something actually happens? Right? You have that situation where this particular gentleman was freaking out. Oh my goodness, nasty virus. I can't get no data. You came in 20 minutes later. Now he's like, yo, I love you. I will give you my firstborn. Like there's a lot of things going on because he doesn't even realize, he didn't realize at the time that he needed it until he needed it.
Well, there's two parts there, and I'll take blame for a lot of that. And a lot of it is back then I didn't know how to explain it to people. And the biggest thing is people, and I explain to people about my services and what I do is I don't wake up every day and say, God, please have something break so I can make money. You know what I mean? Please make something break in one of my clients so I can make money today. Right? My object in a game is to make sure, God, please have nothing break so I can keep taking their money and I don't have to do anything for it. The less you hear from me, the better. That means I'm doing my job. And when you're into this type of managed service or you're doing this type of work, the object is proactive. We're proactive. We're seeing the alerts on your machines. We know when your hard drives are going to go bad because we're getting the alerts. So then we can sit there and this is the way a lot of us are doing. We're automated. We see the alert and all the machines that I work with have to be under warranty. If they're not under warranty, we don't want to support them. And part of the reason is if they're under warranty, that means if a hard drive breaks, I ain't got to go find a hard drive in Best Buy to throw in there. You know what I mean? I just click on a button, it calls Dell or it calls freaking HP, and then we set up a ticket with them. They ship the hard drive there, or if depending on the service level you have, they'll send a technician, put the hard drive in, and then they can restore the image, or I'll restore the image for them.
Right.
And so I, in the past and in recent past, I've sent people have walked in the door early in the morning and go, "Oh, Dell's here. Why is Dell here? Oh, one of the machines in the back, the hard drive is getting to fail. Oh, really? Okay." And so there's a lot less communication that happened back then. And then now I try to let them know, and I usually send monthly reports on it. So when they say you're not doing anything, oh, we're doing a lot. And we just send them reports on a lot of the things that we're doing and remediating in the back, and we're keeping track of. And so that they know that there's a lot of proactive work going on. So they're not shocked. Well, okay, haven't heard from you in months. I gave you all my money, and you don't. What are you doing? Well, you haven't been reading the reports because we're sending you reports.
Yeah.
You know, so that's the biggest thing that a lot of people need to understand is that if you're doing proactive work internally or externally, I mean, like somebody like me, we're not praying for you to break. We're praying for you to not break so that it becomes cheaper for you and me. And if you're working with new data, people are like, oh, it's expensive to go get new equipment. It's expensive to keep the old equipment. And you should know that. You know, people have old stuff or things they don't want to change in cars. And you're like, dude, it's going to cost you more to keep that than if I just updated you to the new equipment, you know, or get a newer car. You know, if you stop driving around in that 1993 freaking, Chevy, if you get a new Chevy, you won't have to worry about me charging you parts that I got to go find.
And that's a fact because I can sit there and let's say I was about to fix a car. Let's say it was 10 years, 15 years old. I got to put $3,000 into the car to fix it, get it running. All right. But if I went and bought a new car and my note on that car was $200-300, I could drive around in the car for at least the next 12 months without having to worry about nothing due to the fact that it's new, it's on the warranty, and I won't have to spend $1. The most I would have to pay for is an oil change. So it's like it's the ego and everything else that comes behind it. No, I want to keep this whole thing running. Bro, you could really sit there and
it's penny wise and pound foolish. I think it goes back to that statement. Right. Penny wise and pound foolish. And it's like, they think I'm saving money, but in the long run, you're wasting money. And it happens with people at home. You go, I refuse to work with anything below Windows 8. I refuse. Don't give me XP. Don't give me Windows 7. I can't work with it. I'm not supporting it.
Well, why? Like, I don't even understand why would you want to do those things. To me personally, right, knowing what I know, I wouldn't even want to do that. It's better. You're better off actually upgrading,
Right.
and it's necessary because there are those situations where there are those security things, and just like even with cars, if we go back to the car thing, there's certain things that the dealers and everything are not even going to support anymore. Everything, anything 10 years, older than 10 years, a manufacturer is not required to provide parts, to provide any of those things, provide updates or repairs. They're like, yo, you're on your own after 10 years. If
And
you
there's even models that are less than that happen to models that are not popular that didn't really sell well. Find some Fiesta or something that didn't sell well. You're not going to find any stuff on that.
right,
It's only
like
the popular cars that you're going to find equipment on. You
right.
know,
I don't know. I can't remember. I can't recall off the top of my head when Windows 7 or Windows 8 or Windows XP was out. Like I can't remember those.
when you start thinking about the actual years, you start going into 2004, 2007. So you
Like
think about that. You
we're in
know,
2020 going into
right?
2021. And
Right.
you're sitting there, you playing these technology games. But iPhone, Apple is coming out with phones every 6 months. You have Android coming out with multiple updates and multiple um OSs every couple of months. Their updates. It would like the last time I checked, and this is probably going to sound really messed up, especially knowing what I know and being as knowledgeable as I am. The last time I checked, the actual name of a OS for Android was probably when it was called Jelly Bean.
Yeah,
I
they moved away from those. They moved away from those things. That
oh
those the can't the sweets names. They moved away from them. Moved into regular numbers.
right. So I just stopped paying attention to it. I always made sure I updated my phones and things like that. One thing I try to stay away, I had stayed away from because of what was going on for a long time with Apple was the slowing down of the processes and stuff like that. I have a I have an iMac that once I updated it, I ended up with all the problems. I didn't have any problems before I updated it, but then I was opening myself up to a lot of security issues. So that
Right.
was one of the reasons why I updated it. But then it was I updated it. Now I have what they call a runaway CPU.
Oh yeah.
Right. So I'm running into a runaway CPU issue because of whatever they did with the iOS when they updated the situations, which is crippling what I have. It's just amazing. It's just amazing to me how these things work.
Well, I
But
just looked it up, and Windows 10 came out somewhere in 2015, and that's Windows 10.
right.
And
So we
RTM was RTM released to manufacture was 2015. So yeah, July 2015, and I know I was playing beta on that probably 2013, 2014. So so
I think
so
I was at the
so
house
2013
around
to
the time
2014,
10 was coming out. I think I
right?
I think I was sitting. Me and you was in that room in your apartment over there on Bay Street, if I'm not mistaken. I think I was there. I came through. We sitting there in the room. We talking about Windows 10 and all that other stuff back then.
Right. I already had moved to 8.1, because it was I love the fact that all the drivers worked and Windows 7 sucked, you know. And I think a lot of us skipped freaking what was the other one? Windows not XP, the other one, the disaster. I probably have memory mess ups because of it, but um yeah, let's see. OS family. It's the one between it was supposed to be Windows XP and then it became Vista. There you go.
Oh,
It
Vista.
was supposed to be Windows 7 and they rushed it and then they gave you a cut down version of it in Vista. I don't think I had Vista on for more than 6 months, maybe a year. Right.
Yeah.
But that's the biggest thing. Where I tell people you shouldn't have old equipment, and if your business depends on it, you should try to keep your business, your stuff current. I have laptops here. I have an old laptop that I got, and this is a Monster, and I call it Monster. It's actually listed as Monster 01. Um, and this thing is, I got this in 2014. It's what they call a desktop replacement. And because it has such high end and what they call pro level equipment, that's why this thing is lasted the test of time. When I got it, I think that the software under here is XP, the license that's still here. But I've still been using this thing since then. And it's got Windows 10 on it, and I got it working. But I use it because it's just the desktop that I do a lot of, and I'm not doing it on this one. But I usually use it for presentations and a lot of other stuff. And there was some problems with the monitor that I have here. I got to take out the old monitor, and I got this old monitor. This old monitor. This is the problem. The old monitor just died on me, gave up the ghost. And this monitor has been around since 2004.
All right.
I've got two other new monitors that are like this thin. They look like little freaking tiny little boxes, little thin things, little laptops. And this heavy monitor I've been running around with since 2004.
Yeah.
But I keep this old equipment. But most people don't know what to do with this stuff, and they keep this stuff as servers. I volunteer with this group, and actually since COVID, we've been on and off. And I was teaching computers, and I would bring in equipment for them, and they literally had equipment with XP on it. And I'm trying to get people to donate. And that's the other thing. If you want to donate, please let me know. Seth Melendez, Seth@WareGeeks.com. And I'll give you the information or pass the information on to them. They need a lot of equipment, servers, desktops, any office equipment, whatever you have. If you're within the New York City, New Jersey region, just give us a call. And my number is 877-653-7146. Just let me know, and we'll gift them equipment and donations of equipment. Anytime I get a hold of anything or a client is dumping stuff, I try to get them to donate it to them. So that there's a lot of at-risk kids and a lot of kids out there, pregnant women, young kids that are pregnant, females, and there's a lot of other little things that they do with guys coming out, young kids that are coming out of juvenile facilities, and they're retraining them and getting them back out there. And they need better equipment. And some of the stuff that these kids can produce are great. So that's my side note. But they had a lot of old equipment, and I've been trying to upgrade them.
What's that number again?
877-653-7146. That's my number.
I got 877. That's all I got, bro.
877-653-7146.
653
7146.
7146.
Yes.
I want to make sure I get it right. So that's 877-653-7146, right?
Yeah, that's the number to call. Or you can contact me at Seth@WareGeeks.com. Right. And that's to donate equipment. I don't want you to donate money. We're not looking out for money. We're just looking for equipment for a lot of the nonprofit organizations because what happens is I'll clean it for them. I'm not going to charge them, and I'll give it to them. And then a lot of them, there's a lot of services I found where they can get cheap licenses or reissued licenses, and it's through Microsoft that'll give it to them so that they can put it on here, Windows 10, and they can get Office student. And then what happens is they can give it to these kids at home, and they can also give it to the at-risk kids to work inside. So that's one of the things they do. They give them laptops and give them equipment so that they can do stuff at home. One of the kids that worked there, and he was working with me, a really smart kid, and I gave him equipment. I gave him, I found a desktop. It was almost like a gaming rig. I put it together, fixed it. I mean, I didn't fix it. I put it together, assembled it, because I got extra parts and stuff and put it in there, and I gave it to him. And he's in love with that thing, and I gave him a monitor to go with it. So he doesn't let anybody touch it. Not even his young sister. Nobody touches that thing. But it was a way to show him, you do good. If you do well, you get rewarded. And so I just want him to make sure, and the group over there. Let me see if I can get the email address. I was just talking to them the other day, and I did. They're actually on one of my podcasts. I did a podcast with them. If you go to WareGeeks.com podcast, you'll see all my podcasts, and we have a ton of articles there too um, on Boxwood, and the name is Boxwood Community. I think it's Boxwood Community Center, but I'll tell you their full name. But they're Boxwood. I'll give you their information right now. Here we go. Boxwood Learning Center. And here we go. They're in Roselle. They're at 115 West 2nd Avenue, Roselle, New Jersey, 07203. And their number is 908 241 1311. You got that?
Box. Yo, you know, I got like partial ADD.
Yeah, you got partial ADD, I know.
Boxwood Learning Center. Like I'm definitely. So what was that number again?
It is 908 908 241 1311.
Oh shit, 908
241 1311.
1211
No, 1313. 3.
13
Sign language?
13. Hey, that probably worked out a little better. All right, so box. Oh shit. Whew. All right, I gotta edit this. I'm gonna edit this because I got a whole situation going on right here. But yeah, this is what happens when you go live. But I think that is super duper important that you know Boxwood Learning Center. They're sitting there and they're touching the youth. They're looking for equipment and things like that. You know, if you want to donate equipment for the youth, trouble youth, just youth in general, right? This is a way to contact them. Also, if you're
And it's boxwoodnj.org is their information.
so Boxwood
NJ Nancy Jack or Nancy John .org.
org.
And they're doing a lot for at-risk kids, and they need a lot of equipment like office equipment, printers, computers, and a lot of the computers and desktops they usually will try to they'll use them in-house, but then they're giving them to kids, at-risk kids, to do work, distance learning, obviously now even more than ever, to get their GEDs, training, things like that. So it helps a lot if whatever equipment, because I and the kids there, which the computer class that we're working with, I'm teaching, and what it is they are working on the computers, cleaning them and getting them prepped so that they can be handed out. And a lot of that stuff I'll work with them and do it. Since COVID has been difficult, but I can still do a lot of the stuff here. If it's sent to me, I'll clean it out, get rid of all your personal data, make sure it's wiped out. There's no personal data on it, and we will send it to. I'll make sure it's up to certain specs, and then I'll ship it off to them. I'll go drop it off to them because they're like not even a mile away from me. And it's one word, Boxwood. And
all right.
and that's one the reason I mention that is because I do a lot of work with them on that. And they have old equipment, and a lot of businesses do that. I understand them. This is a nonprofit. We work on grants from the government. And a lot of that stuff has been hit or miss with the COVID, and so you want to be able to deal with new equipment. And when we talked about before with backups and that, there are hybrid approaches. There's a lot of companies that do hybrid approaches, so you can do that. Synology has a bunch of stuff out there where it backs up locally, and then it could back up remotely to somewhere else. It could go to an online service, or you could back it up to, which I don't recommend. I know people who do it. They'll back up their business home. I don't recommend that. Never in a million years will I back up what you have to your house. No, if from a business, I will not recommend that. But I know people who do it all the time. But it's best to just back it up to online service, because if you're look what's going on now. If you have a weather incident, if you work in the same community and your community is inundated, tornado, flood, whatever it is, your home and your business is done.
Yeah, and and it's crazy because I didn't even think about it that way. It's like, well, I'm like, um, that's not gonna happen here. And I don't gotta worry about floods, tornadoes, or power surges. And there's so many things that you don't think about, right? Or you sit there and you're like, that's not gonna happen to me, so I'm not gonna worry about it. But you're backing up stuff at home, you get a power surge, that hard drive gets fried, you lost all the information.
Well, two things, and I have one here, and I know I'm explaining expensive things, but there's cheaper ways to resolve that. I have a whole house surge protector, right? When I first bought the house, the first thing I was getting. So if a surge comes in the house, it blows at the box. I'm good. But I also have a backup. I have all the different surge protector plugs, and those are things there. I have a UPS to bring down my systems slowly if necessary, and then I also have internally I have UPSs that uh, my security system is on it, so my cameras, the internet, all that stuff is on there. So if my power goes, my internet and my security still stays up. So that, and my security has their own cell phone technology, so they'll still be able to communicate as long as they have power. They have a battery, but I still want to make sure they have power. And so anyway, and then I have the same thing with my servers and equipment that I have here. If you have a surge protector or some type of UPS or some type, anything like that, you'll be protected from a surge.
Right. And I think
that'll blow and you'll be good.
And I know, like, all that stuff, like, people listening, like, I know exactly what you're talking about. Um, because I got taught by you. So it's like one of those conversations where we're talking about something. I'm like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. You know why? Because I was listening when you said it. Right. I listened.
What was it, the fifth time or the 10th time I said it?
Right. So I know what that stuff was. For those of you that don't know, like, one of my first steps in the IT industry, even though I was a knucklehead when I was younger, was through Seth Melendez.
Was?
Well, I'm probably still a knucklehead now, but that's besides the point. That's besides the point. But when I was a knucklehead, right? The emphasis on a knucklehead, right? Seth Melendez made sure that I learned and helped me stay out of trouble and things like that. So a lot of the things.
My first IT job. Remember when we had lunch?
Right. I remember, like, I remember it like it was yesterday. Like it was yesterday, like, from doing security to
Oh yeah, brought you on security too.
Oscar De Leon concert. That was one of the first things that I did during security.
Then I did security when I had my company then.
Right. I had to stand in some hard bottoms for hours. like even like, yo, I can't feel my feet. And you was like, yo, just shut up. But it's cool because, like, I'm a big guy, but Seth makes me feel little. And I could definitely say I respect him for all the knowledge and everything that he's given me throughout my life. Like,
well, when we joked about things originally and we started talking, like when we started on this whole red pill, blue pill thing of business.
My goodness. I want to get into that though. I definitely want to get into. I was going to bring it up, but you brought it up before me, so we good.
I have to make this a two-parter. We did the IT stuff and the awareness stuff. Now we're gonna get into the business aspect. The joke was, in my and it had happened to other people in my family. Dominic had asked multiple people. Prophet Pete had asked multiple people. You had to edit that out. Had asked a bunch of people about business, and nobody was answering questions. And then he came to me, and then I started answering questions, and I didn't know enough. Even though at that point I was two cameras. My dog just walked in. Even though two businesses, and I had worked on a computer, a security business I had with a partner, and then years later I got into computers. So I just answered what I knew. I wasn't experienced. I didn't make millions of dollars, but I knew what not to do. So we started doing that. And the joke was, I was like, well, I can help you with computers. And in this family, they'll help you with a, nobody will help you with a computer, but they'll help you with a package. And and that's a reference to somebody will help you with drugs before they help you with a business. And that's the part that I always thought was stupid about certain people in our family. That it's like, really, you can't explain just simple business. And so we went to that, and then I got him on Kiyosaki, Robert Kiyosaki. He started reading all that, and that was when we jokingly referred to taking the red pill. Because once you realize that you should be working for yourself and have a business and do your own thing, regardless to whether it's successful or not successful, it's best to understand that you can have the control of your destiny. And I don't believe in destiny, but you have control of your future. So being able to have a side hustle and keep it legal so nobody can bother you is the best thing you can do for you and your family in the long run. And the more people like us that are out there doing well in business, the more say we have politically. So that's one of the things that me and Pete, we
like
no, man, it's done. Let's get it out. So if you don't, this is why undercovers get caught. This is why undercovers get, why cops go through this. Undercovers get caught. You got to know the name. So if you want to understand this, you have to understand it. You have to listen to the best. We listened to E-Myth. We listened to, I can name them all. Jesus C.E.O., Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. There's a ton of books out there to start you off and getting into the mindset. Kiyosaki isn't about the tactical stuff. He's about the strategy and the planning. And then there are other people that get you into the tactical stuff. You have to understand the difference between a plan and a dream is one is written down.
Yeah.
And you definitely have to start with business plans and all the things that people tell you to do, and most people don't do. I know guys who, major corporations, they're making 10, 15 million a year. And what even companies? They're companies, not corporations. So they're companies, and they have no idea. They have no marketing plan, no business plan. Their social media sucks, and they're wondering what the hell they're doing. And if anybody knows me, I do a ton of social media, and my social media still sucks. So, but I still do more than the next. Comparatively, there are guys I'm chasing. I have a goal. I'm looking at the people up here, and I'm going to emulate the guys. If I want to be, and somebody had mentioned to me, and I forgot who it was. I met a particular celebrity or somebody who's well known, and they said, surround yourself with the people you want to be like. If you want to be great in business, surround yourself with the best businessmen. Make them your mentors. Find the people who are willing to mentor you. And also, if you want to be a great man, surround yourself with the people who are great men. Find the pastors and the people around you that are men above reproach. We all know a lot of guys, but we all know that a lot of them are dirty. And I'm not casting aspersion on everybody. We're all not saints. We all have our faults and sins, but you want to be with like-minded people. If you feel I'm a terrible guy or I'm somebody that needs to change, then be with the people you want to be like. That you're not dead.
No, I said that is a fact. I was agreeing with you. And before you continue, you forgot one book that you also put me on to, which was Guerrilla Marketing.
Guerrilla
Marketing, which that book, every time I talk about it, there's this one thing that I talk about, and it was very similar to what you spoke about earlier about hacking and people sending you those phishing emails and hey, I'm Amazon, hey, I'm whoever else, I'm Netflix, I'm this, I'm that, I'm whatever. It was 3 bookstores that were next to each other, right? So you had one on the left, one in the middle, one on the right. And it was, I got 50% off of books, on the store on the left. The store on the right said 60% off books on the right. The dude in the middle said main entrance here. And that's the way we get caught up 90% of the time when we're dealing with hacking, when we're dealing with businesses and we're dealing with all that. We look for that entrance to get. I want to get in. I want to be successful. I want to be a business. I want to make millions of dollars. I I want to do this the fast way. And we get exploited 90% of the time by people that understand the thoughts of individuals.
I was told a long time ago. I remember a guy told me. I met a guy at a networking meeting or something to that effect, a seminar, and I didn't realize he was very rich, and actually beyond rich. He's wealthy, rich. And I remember Chris Rock always made the joke: rich is when you can lose it in a bad weekend in Las Vegas. You can lose it all. That's rich. Wealthy means your grandkids got money that you left kids money. You left money to your grandkids. That's wealthy. And so this guy was wealthy. We're talking generational wealth. And I didn't know it at the time. And we were talking, and he said, so if I gave you 1,000 now, we were talking about investors. What would you do with that 1,000? And I said, well, I would probably put it all into my marketing. And we just started talking. And then later on we talked, and I ultimately, and he became a mentor of mine. He's still a mentor of mine. Never gave me money. Still talking to him, but but he gave me more than money. And I'll tell you what, he gave me a lot of information and insight, and that's worth more than any money he could ever give me. And so I don't want to jokingly say that, but the thing is that he's given me more than I could ever think about when it came to information. And the thing he says, you tell me what you do with 1,000, and I'll tell you what you do with 100,000.
And you know what? And when it comes to business and when it comes to individuals and when it comes to being minorities, or as they, I hate that word. I will tell you a million times why I hate that word, because once I was educated enough to understand what a minority, the word minority was really defined as, it was a group of individuals that didn't have control over themselves, which I learned paying $1,300 for a class in college for 3 credits. So that was over $400, $300 a credit. No, $400 a credit that I was paying for a 3 credit class to tell me that, dude, you're a minority. You have no control over anything because we run shit. Thank you very much. Give me $1,300. So it the whole premise behind all that, not being able to control what you got going on and not understand what generational wealth is, not understanding what a lot of things are, we fall into this category of just give me money, I can be successful. But if you don't know what to do with the money, it doesn't matter how much they give you. May it be 1,000, may it be 100,000, like you just stated. If you don't know what to do with it, then it doesn't matter. If I give you $100, somehow, some way, you can figure out how to twist that into a successful movement.
Right. And that's what you got to look for. There are times like when in that same type of conversation with my mentor, we talked about it, and he said, "So what would if you had a couple of thousand here or there?" I said, "Well, if today I got 1,000, I would take that for marketing. The next money I would use for payroll, and then the next 1,000, if I knew I could get 3 or 4 of those thousands, I would start putting them in areas to keep me going. Just to keep the lights and the lights and the gas on, and just to keep the business rolling. If you were that in a bind, you just got to keep it going to the next day. You don't got to worry about next month. You just got to worry about tomorrow. And that lesson I got from my mother a long time ago. My mother was always good at feeding everybody. Everybody in the family knew my mother fed everyone. She didn't care. We fed the neighborhood.
I too.
You know, and she always believed in feeding, and anybody. If you showed up at my mother's house without her knowing, people did that a lot. Oh, I'm in the neighborhood, and they showed up, and she was never one to be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, can't feed you." My mother would feed everyone. And part of the thing was we all understood that we had to share and worry about today and let God worry about tomorrow. And so that's all I need to do is deal with today and then let me get to tomorrow. And so it's the same idea. Worry about today, let God worry about tomorrow. And if I can get those that $1,000 every other day, when those things come, I'm going to prepare for them. I'm going to budget for them. If they don't come, then I have a plan B. And so you have to start getting into that planning and understanding what you want and how you're going to do it. And then you got to start making sacrifices. I remember me and you talked about it years ago, how when we talked about, oh, we got to sacrifice, the first thing we had talked about is getting rid of cable, getting rid of all this other stuff. It's usually the other person, the spouse, or somebody that may not want that. So then that's the balance you have to do with the family is if you're living with somebody or if you're married, is you may not care about the cable, but they do. That may be their escape. But so then you have to find a happy medium. Don't get no coffee. Start going $5 a day on Starbucks, $6 a day on Starbucks. That adds up real quick. 7 days, that's $35. Well, actually, no, 7 days. Yeah, $36.
And then we go into, and if we multiply that by 4, then we're
Right.
talking about the whole cable bill. Like
Right.
it's just,
There's a lot of waste in people's expenditures. No matter how broke they say they are, there's a lot of waste.
yeah.
And you know, people always say, "Oh, there's nothing in." I remember years ago when I was in my 20s, things got tight. I was working security, and we weren't going on tours, and the company, the place I worked at closed down for whatever reason, police, health, whatever it was, licensing, and I was looking for other jobs, and so I had $20. I stretched that $20 out for 2 weeks. What I did was I made a couple of things that in our family you make when there's a ton of people coming: rice and chicken stew, or rice and beef stew, and you can make a ton of that. And I ate that, and along with that, I bought peanut butter and jelly, and that was the $20, and I lasted a week with that. You know, and people like, why do you look? You got to be ready to sacrifice at a dime. If you're not willing to do it, you can't get over the humps.
and I think as far as I will tell you, and me and you spoke about this
Many times.
numerous times, numerous, like I can't even count how many times we've done it.
Right. And we've talked about these things that people are not willing to sacrifice.
And me, I could tell you, I could tell you I've been blessed, right? Regardless of all the struggles that I've been through, I've always been blessed.
So
I'm able
right. Always been blessed.
to make money. I'm able to do certain things. But I will tell you one thing that I'm not, and I've had to realize that, over time with growth, especially being an entrepreneur or a business owner or whatever it was, is that I got my 9 to 5 that can support. I want to say, and me and you spoke about this many a times, my expensive hobbies.
Right. Yeah.
Right,
If you have a business that doesn't make money, it's a hobby.
right. So, my expensive hobbies,
Or
like,
if you have a hobby like that, some guys like playing pool, some guys like going and do the races, some guys look, all that's great, but let's get the family healthy first. And that's what I always say. Keep your foundation healthy. Because if you put yourself in a hole, it's gonna be bad.
right, like I've spent, like, I don't have gambling habits. I don't gamble,
Right. Neither do I.
right? But I
We're
will tell
not drinkers, we're not druggers.
you, right? I will sit there and start a corporation or a S corp or whatever it may be.
That is a problem because you're a serial corporate maker.
Yo, for real, like, probably, like, for real, for real.
More
Like,
corporations than I got.
since 2007, right? 2007, I think I've had over 5 to 6 corporations.
I think I've only had 3 or 4 in my life.
Right. So 5 to 6 serial corporation, fucking filer, however you want to put it. And I will spend 30 to 40,000 within that year developing what I do. But because I have that backing of what I
You have a
do
primary job, and then you build.
on my day to
That's
day.
what they need to do. I'm going to quit my job and start this. No, just do it slowly. Build. Let it build to the point where it can build on its own and make money. And then when it's able to start making money, then you can jump.
Yeah. And it's crazy because over the last couple of weeks when it came to me and you spoke just the other day, last week, and we speak pretty frequently. Um I
And we
will
speak
say,
long.
huh?
We speak long. Look at the time.
No, for real. We do, but it's a genuine type of talk. It's nothing that we do is forced. Um I will say that the relationship that me and you have, um, I remember I could go back t- probably 20 years, 20, probably more than that, probably 30 years, 30, 32, whatever it was, in the times that we spent together and the times of me visiting the home. I'm there with your mother, aka Titi for me, right? That was Titi. Hey Titi, bendición, and all that. That's what it was. Um, I say that there was so much that I learned from you. I didn't have a big brother. I am the big brother in my household when it comes to me, my family, my mother, my father. I'm the big brother. You were my big brother. You were my guidance.
Maybe in my family. So there you go.
Right. So I learned so much from you. There was so much that I learned. There's so much that I understood. I looked up to you to for numerous things. Um, and when it came to me becoming an adult, me becoming a man, and me doing the things that I did, it was like, yo, Seth, I don't know what to do. I got a baby on the way. You said, I'm gonna hook you up with the security job. Just go take your, what was it, the 8 hour and the 16 hour,
Yeah.
right? Right?
Yeah. I had at that time I had that type of juice. Get the thing and I'll get you started.
Right. And we did that. And even before the security thing, it was the IT thing. And it was
After that. Remember, once I got out of security, I never went back.
right. So there was so much that I've learned, and understanding that you got to understand your situation to be able to grow. You got to understand first off, before you can grow into any situation, you got to understand who you are, what
Right.
you're looking for, what you want out of life. There were certain things that I couldn't do in IT because I was the first one to tell you, and I think me and you had this conversation. I'm like, yo, I can't see myself wearing a suit and tie every day. I
Right. Do what
I,
you love. Find something you love to do.
I was intrigued,
Right.
super duper intrigued by IT, the technology, and everything else. But it was like, yo, you gotta come in wearing a suit and tie, pressed all day. I'm like, nah, I can't
Right.
do
And that was a miss. I guess that was a misnomer or whatever. That's not true. There are a lot of guys that run around with long hair and jeans, but you saw it that way. You saw it as confining. And my
that.
thing was, okay, find something you love.
Right. And what's crazy is that no matter how much I push or whatever, I still come back to the roots, which is still IT. Everything that I do, everything that I'm rocking with, everything that I'm doing still falls back to IT. My love is sitting there behind a PC or a Mac or whatever it is, sitting there figuring out websites, figuring out how to connect to people, the remote thing, and all those things. Like I love it. Like I love it, love it, love it, love it to no end, because I think for me it's just the obstacles that I have to overcome to be able to reach people that I probably will never meet in person. But is being able to connect, and the euphoria of understanding that I'm greater than just my block, right?
Right.
Growing up where we grew up, it's we know our block, we know our neighborhood, but I know a way to connect to millions of people. Profit Radio, we get played in Africa, West Africa, South Africa. We're there. Like it's crazy. Like it's crazy. We're in
And
Europe.
that's just the beginning. And man, when this thing starts taking off, it'll be awesome, man.
Yeah, and like I interview celebrities, like I do these things, but what creates the difference or that wedge between what other people are doing and what I am doing has it goes back to my my base or what I've learned is the IT. The world is bigger than what you think it is. We can connect at the click of a button. I understand that. I know how to move. I move different. And you're in Jersey. I'm here. I just had an interview on Thursday where there's a 12-hour time difference of someone in Australia. We're
Right,
chopping it up. And he's like, yo, I got tracks with Method Man. When he said Method Man, the first person I thought about was you.
right.
Right.
So I went to school with him. Yeah,
Right. Yeah, you went to school with Meth. You did security for Wu Tang. You did those things like that was, and I'm like, yo, it's just crazy how the world connects.
that's right. It connects weird. Yeah,
We put all these wedges because it's like, yo, you're not in my zip code. It's like, yo, bro, you don't even realize I could connect to someone a million miles away, never seen them a day in my life. They never seen me. We could connect and make stuff happen. And
the thing about technology, it actually brings people, like you just said, it brings a lot of people together, and you can get the cream of the crop. Right now I just had a project where a guy in India was doing my website. My assistant is up in upstate New York, and the girl that does all my sales, she's in Jamaica. And then the two guys that work with me on social media and marketing and all that stuff and business related issues, they're in Florida. You know, so and they're in two different parts of Florida. So you can find the talent nowadays. It's much easier to put together a nice team. And that was one of the conversations we were having, to put yourself together, the team. And once you put that team together, you're going to be able to take over the world. To delegate that stuff, and as a business person, just putting, and it's cheap. And let me rephrase that. There's a relative and cheap. What I'm willing to pay, to me, long term, and then having the ability to have them remote, it's definitely cheaper than having a building and people coming in, and you got to pay the overhead and all that. Right now, it's remote. I'm just paying their fees, nothing else, which is good. So I paid my own overhead, and I don't have. So when I say cheap, remember, it's relative. I'm not saying they're cheap. What I'm saying is right? If you own a business, an insurance company, and you have a building that you have to rent or lease, or you own the building, you got to pay for that, the light and gas. And now with COVID, you can't even go into most of these buildings sometimes,
that's
or or your workers can't be there all at the same time. So they, and then if you didn't react well enough, your ass out, and that overhead is going to come every month. You got to pay that nut, and so businesses that were able to transition and adjust. There were companies that were ahead of it. I worked with a corporation, Cigna. I can say that, and because I'm not going to give details, but they were a 90% remote company, somewhere around there, 80, 90% remote. So 90% of their workforce was remote. Some people did maybe 2 days or 3 days a week in the office, and then they remoted. They worked from home other days. Some people were 100%. When I was with HP, I was 100% remote. And this goes back to 2014. When I was with HPE, and I flew around the country, either I was at home or I was on a client site. I didn't have a home office. I didn't have any. I just worked from home. And so they were able to transition and deal with it. Microsoft, same thing. Majority of their support guys and technical guys and are working from home. So they're able to deal with this and deal with adjust to this circumstance. And the companies that can't, or the industry they're in, if you're a mechanic, you got to get physical, you got to touch that. If you're able to still adjust, and say, okay, this is how we're going to deal with the customers. They drop it off here. The least amount of contact. We talk to them through a wall, some type of plastic window or things like that. We can work with them in different ways where there's a little bit standoffish, and we can do it. If you adjust it quickly and you had technology, you're able to do what you got to do. Just the other day, just dealing with doctors. Talked to a new doctor. We did a telemedicine call, blah, blah, blah. He sent my scripts off, whatever. The other doctor that I was dealing with was like, oh, you got to come in and get it. I'm like, dude, it's a waste of time. I'm going to walk, go all the way over there, even though it's a principal thing for me, to go pick up a prescription that either one you could send off or you can email me. And on principle, I'm not doing it. I'll just be looking for another doctor. And so, especially nowadays, I don't want to be infected. So I try to minimize, but now you're going to force me to go over there for a piece of paper? It just makes no sense to me.
Right.
The whole thing. Others would have said, I'll go do it. I'm very obstinate in certain things. I don't like to be told I have to do something like that when I'm the one paying you. So you should be going out of your way to meet my needs within reason. And what I asked was not outside of reason. I didn't say, have somebody in your office drop it off to me. I said, email it to me. No, we don't do those things. Well, then you don't want my money. Thank you.
Simple.
And so what we're talking about with the technology in business, if you're able to adjust. But going back to the business stuff at the beginning, as we talked about, and the things we learned and the people, there's a mindset that has to happen first. I was actually watching, I don't know if there's a new show you saw, I Was a Teenage Drug Dealer or Teenage Felon, that's it.
Which one?
What is it? I Was a Teenage Felon.
I Was a Teenage Felon?
Yeah. And the first
one, because I haven't seen that. Like I
don't know channels because I downloaded my stuff. Okay. So I don't know channels. I don't know what channel, but I think it was Vice.
Okay.
And they have I Was a Teenage Felon. And the reason I watched it is the kid that was there was a drug dealer in the 90s down in the Lower East Side. He got bagged. He went to jail, came out, and started wanting to run a business. The funny thing is, throughout his time, he was one of the first guys to be like an Uber for drug dealing. You'd call up and he'd send somebody there. He had dispatchers, he had drivers, and you would call, you'd page him or text or call him, and he had the flip phones and the other phones before that, and they would drop it off to you. And he would come over there in suits to go to Wall Streets, and it'd be like a business deal. Oh, give me a minute, let me talk to my boy here. And blah, blah, blah. He'd give you a handshake, and you could pass drugs, and you'd walk along, and nobody was embarrassed. It would be like, okay, here's a bag. Oh, I'm your delivery guy. I'm here to drop off your soup. And drop off a bag and get your money and walk out. Nobody would know the difference. And they were doing this in the 90s. And they made millions doing this. And the kid understood, what is my target market? How do I appear to them? How do I get to the market that I want? And so he started using these words that it's like, wow, this kid started understanding business early on. And before the end of the show, I was like, if that kid decided to open up a business, he has the smarts for it. He understands what's going on. He understands beyond just standing on a corner slinging drugs. And towards the end, it said he went to jail. He created a fitness thing because he lost a lot of weight when he was in jail. And he created it's called jail bod or something like that. I'll get it in a second. But he created this place where people could go in. It's a sticky place down in the Lower East Side. It looks like a jail. You take pictures behind bars, and then you work out. And all the guys there are ex-felons, and they train you. He has a 0 recidivism rate. In the 4 years he's been open, 27 guys have come through that place and have worked there with him and are currently working, and there's a 0 recidivism rate because he's grabbing guys coming out of jail. And they're training people on the Lower East Side. Awesome. And so that mentality, he understood what it took for marketing. He understood because they used to give out cards with dime bags on it.
Yeah.
And he understood what his market was looking for and where to find them. You ask somebody, we've had these conversations with other people. Who are you marketing to? Everybody.
No, you're not. Because you can't hit everybody in your like you can't target everybody in your
Right.
market because everyone in your everyone that you're attempting to target has different viewpoints and things like that. Like if you even paid attention to social media, right? If we went to social media and you were going to utilize Facebook advertisements, Instagram advertisements, YouTube advertisements, they say, who is your audience? Is your audience between this age limit and that age limit? Are they within the area that you're in, or you're targeting the 50 states, or you're targeting the world? They ask these things because in order to be successful in marketing, you have to understand who your audience is. You can't say, hey, look, I can get you high for 20 bucks. There's people out there that say 20 bucks don't get me high. I need $100 worth.
Right. And if you knew your market, you'd know that type of market needs $100.
Right.
But I definitely want to get off the drug analogies. But but
But that definitely, but it falls into, right, we use the drug analogies only due to the fact that, not because that's what we're promoting.
it's not promoting, but some people don't understand it any better. And they have to understand that business is business. If I remember there was the guy who was a major distributor. This guy, trying to think if he was Irish or Italian, but I think that's irrelevant. The thing is he was a major distributor. He wasn't part of any Italian gang or Irish gang. He wasn't part of any of those crime syndicates. He was on his own, but he just did a lot of major distribution from Mexico all the way to Canada. He was doing drugs, and he understood the game of distribution and logistics. How do you get past customs? What do they look for? What do we need to do? What are the days that we can move stuff? When are the days that they're lazy? What times are they lazier? So he understood the game. He went to jail. He got caught, went to jail. When he came out, he couldn't find any work. Obviously, he's a felon. I think he spent like 8 years in jail. He came out, couldn't find any work. Somebody said, hey, maybe you could do some work in logistics and distribution. In a conversation with somebody, he realized, maybe that's the world I should look at. So instead of lying, he sent his resume, worked on multiple types. Like he literally listed out everything he did during the drug days.
Mm.
Distributed through air, sea, and land, multi-million dollars worth of product to customers, to large distribution networks. And he listed it out like it was like he was like, patent moving military. And it was hysterical. At the bottom, he says, I'm a felon who spent 8 years in jail, and this is how many drugs I sold, and this is what I was fined. And literally, it was on the bottom of his resume. He said he sent it out to like 20 different places. Only one company answered, and he went in and became the logistics manager, and then moved up to a VP, and ultimately became a partner. Because the owner needed funding and all. So they said, okay, let me do this. And he understood how to generate funding, because that's what he did. He'd work with other people and get them to give them money. And he basically did the same thing. All his skills were tapped. All the same skills he did to run. He's like, look, it's no different. It's just different products. And I ain't got to worry about the government coming to bother me. I'm moving stuff. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm moving from A to D and along the way.
And this is what I try and express to our people all the time. It's like I tell people all the time, like, yo, I don't want to be a white collar this and that and the third. Like when me and you had that conversation many years ago, probably over 20 something years ago. And I said I didn't want to do something. I didn't understand because I wasn't educated enough. But the the being able to do something, the things that we learn within our neighborhoods, the things that we learn within our education through life, prepare us to be able to do these certain things. And we need to understand that a white collar criminal is no different from a blue collar criminal. And what they do there in white collar society is really accepted because they're just they're moving money the same way we move whatever products we move in our neighborhoods. So we need to understand that the mindset is what makes us successful
Right.
as
You know,
entrepreneurs.
people look at, I know there are people that look down at Diddy or 50, and you look at some of these guys and people go, "Oh, they're successful," but they didn't just wake up and be successful. People forget that Master P was selling albums out, selling CDs out of his car.
That's a fact.
And that these guys, when NWA and them were running around, that they had guys and they were literally selling stuff on the street. Yeah, some of that, and I'm not denying it. I don't know factually. I'm just assuming that maybe the illicit money showed up in their books that they utilized, and if it did, that's what the Kennedys did, right? They took all their bootlegging money and made it legit. And so my thing is look, these guys who are out there, they know what they. Not all of them are just low level street hoods on the corner, just throwing out nickel bags and 20s of crack. Some of these guys are running crews, and I'm not trying to make them seem better. What I'm saying is they understand the business. Once they realize, I'm just shifting it from here to here. And I love Joe Budden for that, because Joe Budden talks about getting rammed and screwed by the industry, and now he understands it. And him being the forefront of podcasts and doing the things, it's no different than the scams that they ran on him when he first started, and nobody wants to show numbers. So he knows his work, and he knows what he wants. And a lot of guys, once they, when Master P wouldn't take his first deal from a record company, he goes, "I go out and I sell my own, and I can make 200,000. To make the same 200,000 with you, I'd have to go out and sell 20 million. That's crazy. Why would I want your deal? And then you want to throw me some chump money and a bunch of change and whatever else." No. And then what about the budget for the videos? Because he had already done videos. They were already doing a lot of stuff on their own. What about budget for this? What about budget for that? And he understood the game. So when it came time, they had to give him what he wanted because he knew his numbers, and he understood his game. And, when I first heard, obviously, I didn't like him originally, and probably because his persona. But when you listen to the guy, and I remember going to a seminar, and he was there years later, and you realize that he's not stupid.
No.
He understood the game. And that's because he was slinging. And he wasn't slinging as a corner boy. He was slinging as a boss. Yeah. And he understood the game. And when he transitioned to rap, he understood that those people over there, the record executives, are no different than little thugs on the street. They're going to manipulate and take advantage and do whatever they can and try to take every dime they can make off of you. And he was like, "No, I'm not." And I think Madonna said it best. And I think it's still relevant in all facets. Either you're the pimp or you're the hoe. Understand where you're at and be comfortable with it. And if you want to change it, change it. If you either you go out and you pimp yourself, or somebody's going to pimp you. If you go into a job, they're going to pay you 20, 30, 40, whatever it is a year. And then they're going to go out and make money off of your labor. Understand that. Doesn't matter what you are. If you're a secretary, all the administrative work you do, they're using that to generate revenue, and they're going to make a lot of money, and you're going to make your 20, 30,000 a year, and then you go with a pension when you retire. And that guy is, and it's not wrong. Look, if I make a couple $1 million and I have people working for me, but understand where you're at and where you're comfortable. And you have to be willing to move and grow. Some people just want to go to work. I worked with guys in IT. They would leave every day at 4 and they didn't grow. And then they would be mad because I'm making more money than them, or I was getting different positions. And they're like, "He just got here. How did he jump the line?" Because I was staying there every night. I was staying there on the weekends. I was answering calls when nobody else was. I was doing the work that they weren't doing, and I was reaping the rewards. Because when time came and the boss said, I called 5 guys, and the only one that answered me was Seth. So I'm not going to call those guys anymore. I'm just going to call Seth directly. Yeah. To cut out the middleman. And so they would get pissed. And here it is, where I started in New York Hospital in 1997. They're literally guys that I started with literally the same week. And they're still doing the same job that they were there when I was there.
And, and as you said, understand your position, right? Either you're a pimp or the hoe. You need to really understand what your worth is in order
and if you're comfortable with that, then more power to you. I'm not going to dictate to any man or any
right?
woman.
Cool. Like, yo, if you want me to hold, cool. No
Right.
problem.
Cool with it. If you want to go to work every day and get a pension, and that's, I know a guy now, he's 40, 48. Guy worked for the sanitation. He retired. He just retired. He's out. He's like, I just retired. I'm done. I've been working that place since I was 18. I'm gone. And he's happy. He's going to be making what, in retirement, about 80, 90,000 a year just on his retirement. And who knows what else he has in 401ks and everything else. Come on. He's going to live well. No beef to that. And there's nothing. If that's what he wants, no problem. He's happy with that. He's still young enough that he can go out there and live his life and do his thing with his wife. And she's going to be retiring soon. But they made that plan. They stuck to it. And they decided, this is who we are. We're not going to go outside of that. We're going to make sure we put every money we can into our 401k. He maxed it out. She maxed it out. They took the matching, things, whatever the pension gave him. They just did everything possible. Now he can reap the rewards.
Right.
But you can't just assume you're going to get something and not put the work in. He put the work in. He would take all the overtime. He would take anything. And he always told me, when I was in my 20s, I took everything. Anything they gave me, because I needed to make sure we had money in there. I wasn't going to struggle for nothing. And he always made sure that he had bank. They'd go on vacations. They did everything. But those vacations weren't something he put on a credit card and they would just last for the next 20 years. If it was a $10,000 vacation, he'd make sure he'd come up with that money, him and his wife. And before they went on the vacation, that was cash spent. It wasn't coming out on a card. It was sitting in his savings account or wherever it was. The money was there ready to pay for it.
And I think that that being educated enough and understanding
understand your finances, understand where you're at, understand all those things, and you can look. You want to be the pimp? Fine. You want to be the hoe? Be careful. Who with it? I'm good with that.
like and like I said, me and you have spoke on numerous occasions. My mindset is a lot different from many. Very similar to yours, but understanding who you with and doing what you're doing while you're doing it is also important. And where I've made a lot of money just going to work, right? Doing that 9 to 5. I've made money. I never worry about much. But I could tell you, going on 2, 3 vacations a year, um, not understanding what your finances are is
And that's how people get into debt.
right. It's self-destructive. Like it's destructive to what you're doing. Like
Destructive to your family because it creates a lot of tension and angst, creates a lot of problems. And so listening to him, and I've heard other people, you definitely got to make sure you understand who you are, what you are, and that you and your wife or your spouse are aligned with those goals, and you're talking. You never know how many people I've talked to where their goals are separate. One guy wants to retire by 50, and then she wants to do something else. She wants to start a career by 50. And there's a lot of people that everybody is doing other things, and communication is the key. And you definitely want to make sure that if I got, as a friend of mine, it's he every time he starts something new, his wife is always down on it, and she doesn't. She's always negative, and his thing is like, well, I can't get anywhere because she's always negative. You can get any. It's up to you. You can show her, or you can mitigate the problems that she says. She's talking about, well, you're not making this, you're not doing that. Well, if you come in and you give her, if she says, yeah, I need the bills paid, fine. As long as I make the bills paid plus 10%, the rest goes to me, and I can do this business, fine. Then that's what you got to do. Sometimes you have to mitigate those problems along so you can do your thing. And like I said, we talked about, when I was younger, I would just make sure I worked all the time and made money. I spent a lot of money and blew money. But my thing is you learned after a while. And now I understand there's certain things you need to do so that you can mitigate certain risks. A lot of people are suffering right now. I'm blessed. I'm not suffering. Eddie, I'm not a millionaire. No. But the thing is, there are people that are suffering right now because of the situation.
throughout the like this current state, I can say God bless, like for real, that regardless of whatever I'm going through or whatever, like I haven't struggled in a very, very, very long time. So it's like there's a lot of things I don't understand in this current situation. Oh, I can't do this, or I don't understand what's going. Oh my goodness, I can't work or I can't make money, and that um,
You can make money.
it's because of who I am as a person and what I've been blessed with as an individual that I can't comprehend.
My one of my boys, he in this situation during this COVID, he made the most money he's ever made. In all this, and before that, he was like, "I'm out of job," because he has issues sickness wise. So he's constantly in and out of hospital. So it's hard for him to get back working because every time he turn around, he's back in the hospital or he's home because he's sick. So he's
Yep.
like, "What do I do?" And so I was like, "Look, man, just get from day to day, and then worry about next month. Next month, you know what I mean? Let's just go day to day." And I kept telling him that. How much did you make today? I made this. Does that pay everything you need? Yes. Okay, then don't worry about it. You know. And all of a sudden, COVID hit, and he went through the roof and work. Literally, he started driving. Like instead of calling Uber, people like, "Can you drive me to Brooklyn and then drive me back because I can do this, pick up stuff from my sister." So what he started doing, he started driving people there, and he would drive them upstate. There was somebody asked him, "Hey, my daughter's upstate in a school and she has no way to get back." Went up there, made money, picked her up, grabbed all her stuff, threw it in his van, and he was back in Manhattan. And these are the things he started doing. Started working with people, doing things, fixing stuff. During the middle of COVID, he was doing this, and he started taking precaution, wearing gloves, mask, and he was like, "Yo, there's more work now than I can." I said, "That's what I told you, man. Just worry about today and let God figure out tomorrow." You know, and he's driving himself insanely sick. Now, here's a guy who's sick, and pretty much a lot of time, and part of it was his worrying. Part of the problem was his anxiety because of all this. I need to get back to work. He wasn't feeling like a man, you know, and for some men, it gets to them. For him, it did. And so he wasn't pulling his weight. And all I kept saying is just do your thing until you can get this work. He hasn't even thought about a doctor since all this happened. But he's in the flow of it. You know, what I mean, he hasn't thought about a pill. He's sleeping well. Why? Because he comes in tired. you
Right.
know, he comes in tired. He goes to bed. He wakes up. He's happy. He's got money. He feels like he has a purpose again, and so he's not worried about all this stuff. And so he's doing a lot of this stuff. So when people say you can't make money in COVID, that's not true. You can make money. Just what are you willing to do? You know, there's a lot of people. Oh, I can't do this. There's people out there doing Uber. There's people out there doing Uber Eats. There's people doing all the other food services. There are people out there making money. You know, and Instacart going to supermarkets for people. There are people out there doing what they got to do to make money. I remember I bumped into one guy. I had to take an Uber somewhere, and he was like, "I do Uber Eats, I do Lyft, I do DoorDash." He did everything. This guy was like, I make great money, and I get to be home with my kids. I work 3-4 days a week. I do about 15 to $16, 16 hours a week, $15 to $16, each day for those 3 or 4 days, and then I'm home with my kids and my wife.
Yeah. Like
And we're
um
happy.
during the and it's like I always say that and I always believe it that God always puts people in front of you that you need to hear certain things.
Right.
And during this whole COVID situation, during me stressing out about a million different things, keeping the radio station open, being able to produce shows, being able to do all these things. We spoke about it, you know, on occasion. And I'm sitting there and I'm getting on the train. Mind you, this is a contractor that works for the city. But somehow, some way, we would get on the train together, be in the same train car across from each other, and we would just start talking. And he's like, during this time, I did Uber Eats. Hey,
Mhm.
COVID-19, people, staying in the house, people worrying about. He's like, I made $1,300 in 2 days
Hmm.
because I delivered XYZ food. I got off of work at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I delivered food for 6 hours and made this money. And then it wasn't like he was just making it up. He's like, look at my Uber Eats account. Boom. Like he's showing me the graphs and everything else. And I'm like, yo, this is ridiculous. People that choose to suffer in a situation choose to suffer because they don't want to extend themselves further.
Or they have the, like, I think Gary Vee talks about it a lot. They're worried what other people think.
Right. Yo, I will tell you, I will be the most cleaning toilet mother effer that you could probably come across if I know that it's going to secure what I need to secure.
Well, we've talked about that. Sometimes you take a step back to move too forward, and we've
Right.
talked about that. Some people think, oh, and even I did it when I made a bunch of mistakes on my original company back years ago, and I put me in a hole, and I didn't want to believe it. You get emotionally connected, and I held on too long, and it's dragging me down. And ultimately, I said, to hell with it. I cut everything loose, shut the company down, and went back to consulting. Ultimately, got the job at HP a few years ago. I actually got a job as an employee at one company, an integrator, and then stepped up and went into HP after that a few years later. And it was the best, like, from 2010, 2012 till now, well, actually 2017 when I left, and HP laid me off in 2017. Um, so through all those years, it gave me more, and it allowed me to obviously pay a lot back and get back to normal. Um, get rid of your debt, get rid of everything, and sometimes you got to take a step back. And to me, it wasn't a step back. Some people say, "Oh, what happened to your company?" Some people want to make fun. Like, I went into consulting. I went into working with the big boys. Had I not done that, I wouldn't have been exposed to dealing with these corporate 100 and 500 corporations. I wouldn't have been exposed to dealing with them in a different way when we started doing technical sales, where you in the sales process, you're part of that whole process, and you're the guy that's going to give the technical setup for them, or you're going to talk a little technical while the sales guys are trying to sell everything out from under you, and you got to rein them in and say, oh, we don't do that. That doesn't happen. You know, they're telling you rainbows, and things come out, and it'll make you cough, and they're like, wait, that doesn't do that. you know, they don't care what they say to get a sale, but you're the one that has to try to rein them in sometimes. And so working technical sales was the foundation I needed. So to me, it was the best step up because there's a level of things that I didn't know prior to that I thought I knew. And so it was the best thing that ever happened to me, taking that proverbial step back and getting back in. And once I realized that, I said, I should have done it sooner. I should have done it sooner. But I got emotional instead of looking at it through the facts and looking at it unemotionally as a business. This is not good. This needs to be changed. Once I did that, then I was able to let go.
Yeah.
And my identity is not tied to a business. Me saying, "Oh, I'm the CEO." That's why right now I don't have CEO. And when we talked, I think you said, "Oh, CEO," and I was like, "No, I'm a president."
We don't do those things, right? Yeah.
I don't put CEO because I just put president because some people use that as an identity. It's like, oh, I'm an MFL player, or they get caught up in this, and then when they don't have it anymore, their identity's gone. I'm a cop. And what happens when they retire? They don't know how to live anymore. You know what I mean? Or people get their identity caught up in titles, and so I didn't want that. That's why when I started the company again, I said I'm just going to be president. You know, I can pretend I have a CEO somewhere that I have to answer to, and that solves my sales problems. The negotiating to the high problem. Well, I gotta bring this back to the CEO and see if he approves it. And they have no idea that it's true or not. You know, see if the CEO approves it, but I'll let you know. And that's negotiating to the higher power because they can't talk to them, so I'm the one that has to negotiate for that. So those are the type of things that I never. It's not an ego thing. You have to you have to disassociate what you're doing, how you're doing it, with who you are. I am not WareGeeks. I am Seth Melendez. WareGeeks is my business. And if tomorrow I decided that WareGeeks wasn't viable, I'd be doing something else. And it's not that I don't love what I do, it's I have to understand and make a business decision, you know, and what's best for your family. And you can't make emotional decision. Can't make a decision when you're mad. Can't make decisions when you're sad. You have to make a decision based on facts in front of you. And a lot of times people are making decisions because they're desperate. Desperation is a form, obviously it's an emotion. They feel they need to. So they make bad decisions. You know, the first thing they tell you when you're in a hole is stop digging. You know,
First thing.
stop digging.
But
You know,
the story, it was crazy. I forgot where I heard it or whatever it was. They was like, yo, a person started digging and the donkey basically fell.
oh yeah, I heard about that one. Yeah, yeah, I know that one.
Like the donkey like they found a donkey in a hole. But if they would have gave up, the donkey would have stood in the hole and died in the hole. But as they sat there and continued to, it's like there's so many innuendos when it comes to that. It's like, do you keep on digging a hole or do you dig a bigger hole and hopefully get out of that hole? It's weird because I don't even know who creates these innuendos, these accolades, this verbiage that we sit there and we go by. But
Well, but it's an identity. It's people flossing. You know, it's
it's
about people out there pretending.
it's weird because I've listened to this stuff and I'm like, yo, this stuff is like self-destructive that they put out there, and we're sitting there, we're trying to chase and we're trying to become and we're trying to do. It's
Number
weird.
Joneses, man.
It's weird on so many levels that I don't get it. I don't get it because I analyze a lot of stuff that I hear, a lot of stuff that I listen to. You know, I process a lot of things. Like I run things, and I don't know if it comes from my background, maybe even started in IT, being an automotive technician and things like that. Because I know in order for me to fix a car, like I had to look at everything and process things a certain way. Even with IT, when it comes to computers and things like that, you have to understand the whole situation to isolate a situation to be able to fix it. And I'm like, but that right there, if I follow it, I'm just gonna keep on doing the same crap over and over that's self-destructive.
Right. And so a lot of times people and I know Gary Vee talks about it, and I'm a big Gary Vee guy because he talks about that emotional connection people have to things and worrying about what others think and trying to live up to a standard that others hold for you versus living up to your own standard and living up to what your dreams are. Um, and you do the thing that you want to do and you'll be successful at it. You know, if you find a job that you can do that it doesn't feel like a job a lot of times you can find a way to make money in doing it. And literally there's guys they play not video games, they do a lot of role playing games, you know, the D&D and those type of games. And you know, it's funny because me and my friends used to play that stuff for years when we were kids, and even in young adult life we still play. And there are guys that found a way to make money doing it, and they do it all the time, and these guys are in their 40s now, almost in their 50s, and they're doing it. I'm like, man, we should have did that, we'd be happy. And because all you're doing is just guys who play baseball, that's a kid's game, and they get to make a living out of it, multi-million dollars, you know. And so some people are miserable doing this, and they're like, really, dude, you're playing a kid's game and you're miserable? Come on now. You know, playing basketball, that's a kid's game. And you're making money finding a way to do it. But everybody looks at that. They look at rap, they look at, you know, those things, but there are 1,000 other ways you can go make money and love what you do and be happy at it. Will it make millions? No, but you can make a life that is very successful and comfortable, and you and your family can do a lot of things, you know, all the things you want to do. You don't have to struggle if you just stop and think. You know, friend of mine years ago, guy I worked with, his father had a store, and his father had, killed himself with this little bodega. He was Dominican. And since they got here maybe 10, 15 years before. And that's the thing that brought them money. Somehow his father got enough money, opened up the store, but he got hurt. Now he fast forward to the future, and at the current time, and his father had gotten hurt. And so they needed that income. His father needed that income. Also, he wasn't going to. So I'm like, dude, what about, bringing somebody in? What about insurance? What about? So we're just talking, and then he started asking questions. And then I hooked him up with a guy I know who was an accountant. And ultimately, it wasn't a business. It was a sole proprietor. And I think me and you had that conversation years ago about all this. It was a sole proprietor. And he had no write-offs. He didn't get any medical. So it was like, so when his son took over, his son started doing all that. Then he realized that he was supposed to get money from certain vendors. Like they were supposed to pay money for fees to be in the front. They never paid it. His father didn't know because he brought in. He found somebody in his family who did stores like that, and the guy went around and was like, "Well, they're supposed to pay for this. They're supposed to pay for that. What about this? How come they haven't paid you?" And so they started sending bills back to them as far as they could backdate it. And they're like, "Look, you don't do it. We don't, to put the Pepsi machine here versus back there, you pay money for that." Yeah. And so there was a lot of things that they weren't paying. And so he was able to generate, and him and his brother started running the store. And then they figured ways along with this, either it was a family friend or a family member that understood the retail, the store business, and they made the bodega into a business. And literally was able to get the father medical. And this is what I'm talking about. He didn't know. No one told him. He went to an accountant, and the accountant took his money, filled out his paperwork, and sent it in, gave no advice, nothing. It didn't say, hey, go see a lawyer. Maybe you should be doing this. I don't know. He could have brought someone in, but he didn't know. Yeah. And so these are the type of things that people should have knowledge of or learn the basics. You know how many people I've worked with, they literally have a corporation with their social security number as the EIN. And I'm like, that makes you a sole proprietor.
Right.
What are you, crazy? I've had somebody says, oh, you do that when you only make a corporation when it's an old school thought. You only make a corporation when you make money. Really? So what about all the losses that you have while you're getting the business up and running and, all the, so where do you write that off at? So it's just a lot of little things that, you hear these stories and you're like, really? It costs you less than $300 in New York. And I think New Jersey are probably the one of the most expensive. Maybe there's more, maybe California is. But they're up there when they spend how to create a corporation. And it's not that expensive. $300, you got a corporation, you can do it yourself for cheaper. You go to an accountant or a lawyer, they'll set up the whole thing for you for $600. And then you can move forward, and then you deal with an accountant. One of the easiest things, and it's a lesson I learned years ago, you want an accountant, you want to talk to an accountant, you call the accountant up, tell them, how much is your hourly rate? $100 an hour. Cool. I'm going to give you $200 an hour, and we're going to be on the phone. I'm going to ask you 1,000 questions. Book them in 2 hours.
And that's it.
And that's it. Same thing with lawyers. You call up a lawyer because then now you show respect to them. So they're willing to answer your questions. How much you charge an hour? Okay. $100 an hour, $200, whatever it is. If you want the best lawyer, find a lawyer that's working in that field, that specializes in that, book their time. Find the accountant that book their time. Even before you set up the business, book their time, talk to them, see what they say, see what they need. Maybe they have insight. Maybe they have somebody that could be a mentor to you, that they know that there's a client of theirs that they can hook you up with.
Yeah.
And so talk to them, get information, get your business ready, get your information. You have to know your business. For a long time, I think it's the David Kroc, I think it's Ray Kroc. People always said, what is your business? I think we talked about that a long time ago. What is your business? I think Kiyosaki had it in his book before the movie about Ray Kroc and McDonald's. What is your business? And his thing was always know your business. And what is your business? People say, well, he goes, okay, so what's my business? People, oh, you sell burgers. No, that's not my business. Oh, you sell, nope, that's not my business. What is McDonald's business? Real estate. McDonald's owns all the spots they're in.
All of
One of the largest real estate owners in the company in the world.
For real.
They're top there. If not, I think there might have been a few others before them, but they own the buildings they're in. I'd say a majority of them. Somewhere in the 90s. Others like malls and that they lease, but the buildings that they're in, they own.
Yeah.
And so,
and people don't understand that.
Right, the burgers and the fries just allows them to buy more real estate.
That's it.
So they're a real estate company disguised as a burger place. And if you listen to Ray Kroc say it, it's crazy. And then on the other flip side, I listened to the guy, Famous Amos. Remember the guy, Famous Amos, the chocolate chip guy? He was doing a thing at a college, and I don't know if this is urban legend or something, but I've heard this story 1,000 times. And his thing is so he's doing a lesson and talking about business, and some kid in the background was like, oh, if I had your chips, I'd make $1 million too. And the guy kept making these little interjections and comments, and he got annoyed after a certain point, and he grabbed the bag of chocolate chips that was on the table, and he threw it at the kid. The kid caught it. And he says, you think you can do what I did? My recipe came on the back of that chocolate chip. That's the recipe I've been using since the start. It's on the back of that bag of chocolate chips. Go ahead, go make your $1 million now. Because he understood it wasn't just the recipe, it was the business. Right. He understood the business. You and me can make the same chocolate chip, but if I know how to sell it better and I know how to market it better,
that makes you different.
More than yours.
Right. And it's crazy because even with the Ray Kroc situation, as we could refer back to, it's like we all know McDonald's don't make the best fries or the best cheeseburger.
But everybody buys them, or generally everyone buys them.
Right. And then one of their business models was create a system to duplicate this burger, no matter how good it may not be.
Remember my thing I used to always tell you? 2 pickles, motherfucker?
Huh?
2 pickles, motherfucker? Remember I used to always tell you that? 2 pickles. 2 pickles.
Yeah. So
every burger had to have 2 pickles, not 3, not 1, 2.
2. It's not 3 pickles, but we're gonna put 2 pickles on this burger. We might throw a dot of mustard, depending, right? It's like people don't even realize it. Like they count the onions, they count all that. Everything is counted. Right? It's business. I can go a burger $1.59. I'm making sure that I'm making 79 cents on that $1.59 burger. And it don't gotta taste good, but you just looking at, oh, I get this for that.
And speed, it's fast. You got kids in the car, you drive in, and 5 minutes later, you got your bag, you're driving home, you're tired, you see a McDonald's, you roll in. Everybody, how many people feel guilty even driving into McDonald's? I'm overweight, I shouldn't be eating this, or man, everything is bad for me. I don't need that cholesterol. But they drive in. It's like going to a peep show, and they feel bad, and they go and they drive out with their burger, and 10 minutes later they feel bad. And and they till the next time. I'm not going back there ever again. I'm going to go to Five Guys. But Five Guys ain't everywhere.
No.
McDonald's is everywhere. You throw a rock, you hit a McDonald's.
For real. So that this has been the longest interview on Profit Radio ever, right?
I know.
Pushing 3 hours and 30 minutes. 3 hours and 30 minutes.
I told you, man. We said it the other day. I said I'm like one of them wind-up toys. And I'll just talk forever.
Yeah. It's crazy because it's like, wow, like we have enough content in here to last probably about 2-3 years. The amount of
you can break this up into like 30 minutes, 45 minutes. I know you got it live, but you can edit this out and really get like 4 different.
Put it out there, do things,
sizzles.
yeah, like there's so many things, but I say that it's one of those wonderful things that being able to talk real and be on air and be yourself and do what you do and the genuine content is amazing. We always talk about Gary V. Why Gary V is so popular. It's not that he makes well, I guess the millions of dollars that he makes actually helps, but he is very genuine in the way he delivers his message.
Well, when you care and you give a damn, it shows. And I think that's ultimately, regardless to what people say about him. I know guys who are marketers, his like people, even mentors of mine. I've done some master classes with people who are great marketers and business people, and a lot of them can't stand Gary Vee, but they don't understand him. They're not understanding him because they come from a different world. When you come from the world he came from, of low means and low, people say, "Oh, he took over $1 million." Come on, a bodega with the stock. If I go to the closest bodega to me right now, or liquor store, and I count up and do all the inventory of that place and everything else in there, I'll probably hit $500,000 to $1 million. His father had a better type of, liquor store. He had wine and all this other stuff, and so people are like, oh, that's a $5 million business. No, no, no. He had $5 million of crap in there. Was his father? He even said his father wasn't generating, might have been generating a certain amount of revenue, but he wasn't making a profit. He was making enough to survive. And when he got in, he helped the father grow.
And Gary Vee says it. He's like, when I came in there, I helped do XYZ and
Right.
ABC.
Social
I
media, got
implemented
into.
things. It's just him understanding the business. And he came in
Oh, he understood sales. He understood marketing early on, and I
right,
think that's the biggest thing. And coming from a place where he didn't, his parents, and I always say my mother did the same thing to me. She encouraged me in a lot of ways. I broke so many different things in my house because I was a tinkerer or a hacker, you want to call it. Yeah, we used to tinker and break things. The first thing I ever broke was one of those little bikes you sit on, the electric ones that you plug in. It was back in '72 when they like the first ever one came out, and I broke it with a screwdriver. I didn't even get an ass whipping. My mother was like, "Okay, it's broken. What do you want me to do?" Because I was somebody that from day one, I'm fixing it, you know. And I always joke and laugh with her, say, "See, mom, all that started from there, and here I am." Because you, Gary V, understood what it meant to come from that world, um, and understand. And he was encouraged. My mother encouraged me. I was inquisitive about electronics. We done burnt so many things. Me and my boy JB, Johnny, we burnt so many things up and blew up so many things. We were gonna make a robot. We would, and it's funny because I remember the design of our robot. And one day I watched some kids on YouTube make a robot. Here it is, two kids from the ghetto, never had training in the 70s and 80s, the 70s, because we were about 8 and 9 when we started trying to build a robot. Had no knowledge of electronics, really, no knowledge of robotics, and we were about 80% there. I'm looking at this, it's like other than the shell that they're using, we took remote control cars apart. We had all the motors in them, and we understood amperage and voltage and watts way before we should have. Ohm's law. We understood all that stuff early on. We were soldering. I think by the time we were 9, we were soldering.
right.
And so we understood that stuff early on. So we were encouraged, and this is where you have to encourage what you want to do and figure it out. If your spouse, you don't have to like if your spouse is doing something else. Encourage them. Doesn't have to like it. It doesn't have to be what you want. And so Gary V was encouraged. So he understood sales, lemonade stands, and other things, and where do you need to, and understand flow and people. He understood it early on. It was innate to him. And then when he got into the card business and selling baseball cards as a young age and trading them and selling them to his friends, he understood that. He understood that game early on. And so listening to him now, I trust a lot what he says because he started from nothing. Regardless to what people say about his father's business, it's whatever it's 5 million, 25 million, whatever it is. I always say let's look at the debt at the time and see if that thing was really 25 million or whatever people say. I don't remember what people say it is or what he says it was. But
Right.
whatever it is, let's look at the debt and we'll figure it out. But
both know it's easy to fluff numbers on a fucking on a financial report or whatever it is. Yeah,
Right. And my thing is it wasn't like he went in there and daddy gave him a silver spoon. He figured it out because he started going onto social media, doing email, mailers and stuff like that. He figured it out early on, and so that's why a lot of times I listen to what he says, and he's genuine. He could be selling a lot of this stuff and he doesn't. He could literally take away all the stuff he's doing on the internet and all the social media stuff that he does live and put other stuff that makes him more money, and we'd never see or hear from him, like we don't hear or see from other people, and he go make more money. He could be making another $100 million,
right.
But yet he does that because he goes, look, I want people to know I'm doing a service, and in 40 years, when I'm old, people look back and go, Gary V helped us out, and we have a record. That's his ego. There's a documented record of this rise of this man. We don't have that for Bill Gates. We don't have that, for a lot of great people forward that came through and changed their world. But we're going to have that for Gary V from the time he was in his 20s all the way till he's old and dies.
Yeah.
So,
and it's understanding your purpose. I think one of the things when you become an entrepreneur or where you want to push forward is understanding your purpose. It doesn't matter how much money you had or how much money you didn't have. Understanding your purpose keeps you pushing forward, and
go
and you
ahead.
and you move accordingly. Right? Gary Vee said, "I didn't have money. I struggled as a child." If we look at Donald Trump got checks of millions of dollars and this, that, and the third because his father gave him that money. When we look at a lot of people that we look at as
But regardless of what people think about him, let's just make sure we keep it neutral in this circumstance. Regardless, there's been many people who have been given $1 million and have done nothing with it.
right,
Regardless of what you say about him personally, he does have a great business acumen. And regardless of what you say about him, if it's fraud or not fraud, there's a lot of businesses that are playing fast and loose with the rules. So I can give $1 million to a bunch of people, and they're not going to turn into what he's done. You know?
right, and it's true because living in New York City, I can say Donald Trump owns the West Side. Like Donald Trump, Trump Towers, everything you look at, west side of west side of the city, that's all Donald Trump.
Right.
But
And
we
he's got some smatterings in the middle.
right, and then we don't talk about like everybody talks about Donald Trump and a lot of the things that he did or didn't do or whatever, or selling his name to put on buildings, because that's where a lot of his wealth comes from.
And the pimp, right? I'm gonna
Right?
pimp my name. So what's wrong with that?
He said, "I am the pimp." Right,
Right.
and then him and Bloomberg didn't get along because Bloomberg was the pimp of the East Side. Right, so it's the pimp on the East Side fighting the pimp on the West Side. So it's like my hoes are better than your hoes. But if we just look at it in the simplicity of that, pimps
Right.
and hoes, right? That's what it is. Don-
But the thing is that they both done this stuff. And like I said, we won't get into the politics of it. But the thing is it's undeniable what he's done in New York. Whether you say it's fraud, whatever. I don't really care about that because if whatever we paint him, there's hundreds of other companies doing the same thing.
right,
So let's look at it neutral. If I gave $1 million, just like with Gary V, people say he started with X. So many people started with X and never made a business, never took a family business to the next level. They never took that business to the next level. And if you look at what he did, he took his father couldn't work outside of Queens. He went and started working in Manhattan, and started being the man in Manhattan, And if you look at Gary V took his father's liquor store and built a wine library, one of the top wine libraries on the internet for who knows how many years. And he's built then from there, went and built his own thing. And he's one of the top marketing companies in the country, if not the top.
right.
Sports rep agency. He's got a ton of stuff. So let's not deny business acumen because you may not like somebody. Let's look at the realities of it. I quoted Donald Trump for years. I stopped quoting him a lot more lately, but I've quoted him for years. And one of the statements he always talked about is You can't negotiate with someone that won't stay in the room and negotiate. And that's one of the things he always talked about. You can't negotiate with somebody that won't willing to negotiate. And if you not willing to negotiate, then they're willing. If they're willing to negotiate, that means they're going to see to whatever you say. And so he always not willing to negotiate at times. Nope, that's my offer. Take it or leave it. And a lot of times they take it. And he knew he was lowballing them. Nope, take it or leave it. I'll get somebody else. And they were like, I need the work. And so they would do it. Or, he's gonna, if you don't take this job, and maybe he did do it. Maybe he threatened people to blackball them. I'll blackball you. Who knows? I don't know the truth of all these things. It sounds logical because I know some of the things, that has happened. I know things that have happened. And so anybody who's lived in New York City and worked and you're over a certain age, you probably bumped into Donald Trump somewhere along the line. And if you worked in certain industries, you definitely bumped into him.
I worked at a place that used to lease 6 floors, I think 7 floors in Trump Towers. Like I worked for them for a decent amount of time. So I know how it operates. And then when Donald Trump was like, nah, this is what it is, they're like, okay, we gotta move. And when I tell you I've worked for large corporations for a decent portion of my life, um, with Nike saying we can't afford you no more, we need to go. That's just the way he rolls. It's a
Right.
situation. So
Not paying bills, that's something we've always heard about. When he, at a certain point, he doesn't pay. What are you going to do? Oh, that's only $10,000. He knows you're not going to go get a lawyer for that.
right,
Or 50,000. I'll fight you in court for the next 2 years and you'll get nothing.
right,
Because he's got lawyers laying around doing nothing.
right,
But a lot of corporations do that. And look, like I said, you can like him or dislike him, but there's a lot of things he does. He's just more open about it. But there are corporations doing the same thing he does. You fight me, I'll drag you through the courts. I think what is it? Steve Case for AOL said that he was threatened by Ballmer, Microsoft's former CEO. It was Bill Gates' #1 guy, and he was the pit bull. Bill Gates was the nice, sweet James Bond dude, that villain. And he had Ballmer was his #1 henchman. And Ballmer threatened AOL, if you don't sell to us, we will bury you in the next year. They went back to the office scared to death. And what did they do? We're cutting all corporate expenditures, no more plane. You got to fly coach. We are scared to death and we are going lean. And they did it. And what happened? They wound up going lean, and then they committed the best fraud in the world and took over Time Warner. They hoodwinked everybody, and they took over Time Warner. And AOL became a powerhouse for a short period of time because of that, because they got scared of Bill Gates. And they got scared of Ballmer. He was this pit bull. Ballmer was the pit bull. Bill Gates was, like I said, a James Bond villain. He's stroking the cat and get up and walk out, and Ballmer would come in with the chain to beat you up. And Ballmer was a pit bull. He didn't care. And if you don't sell to us, we're gonna bury you. And they were scared, and they tried to, and it didn't work. But they said we got scared. So if this guy is pulling those tactics at that level, imagine the things we don't know about that he did win. Where he threatened somebody, says, "Sell us, or we're gonna bury you," and they go, "Okay," and they sold to him. How many of those wreckages are laying around? Right. How many other corporations have done that, where they scare the hell out of people? And I know they're doing it. We know Obama's done it, and there's stories of other people doing it. And so when you hear Donald Trump talking about things and lowballing people and not paying, like, look, and I'll say it in there. I worked security doing an event for BET. I'm still waiting for that check. When I did security, he's still waiting for that check. I didn't get paid for that event. Luckily, I understood business and I paid my guys first. I wasn't waiting for them to pay me to pay. I lost out on those guys' pay. I didn't get paid. I was good. I was mad. I wouldn't take any events from that group anymore. It might have been one of their subsidiaries because it wasn't something on their channel. It was their production company. But anyway, they still owed me money. It was a few thousand. What was I going to do? Sue them?
Right.
So I understand
you more to sue them than Then you just paying.
I think the whole thing came out to like 4,500 if I remember, and that was back in the late '90s, mid '90s. But my thing is the thing about that is it taught me a lesson. One, make sure I get a deposit up front, and that the deposit covers my costs up front. So if I lose profit, fine, I don't lose the cost. And make sure my fee or my pay is included in the cost.
I hear that.
You know, so those are things you learn, and I learned that early on, and so we learned that lesson. It was like, okay, will never happen to us again. And also, who are the people that signs the check? Who are the people that we need to talk to make sure we get paid, and have their number and have all that information, because we had numbers of people that didn't answer their phones and we couldn't get paid anymore. Who do we go to? I don't know. So we needed to know who that whole line was.
Right.
So we got jerked. They got a bunch of stuff out of us, service, and we didn't get paid. And I'm like, but that's happened. It's happened across the board. And if we go and look at those type of people, how many people got stiffed by that group of guys? There's probably a ton of people. So yeah, let's separate hyperbole and a dislike for somebody for what goes on in business and corporation. There's a lot of cutthroat stuff that goes on, and you hear it a lot of times. People will undercut you, they'll underbid you, they'll lowball you and threaten you. There's a lot of stuff they do. So I don't see he's doing anything different than anyone. So I just think he's just more open about it. He doesn't care who knows.
Yeah, he's like, this is what I'm doing, and vote for me.
Yeah.
That's it. And you got to respect it to a certain extent, because he's just real blunt and blatant with it.
He doesn't care. I didn't pay you, so what? Sue me.
It goes back to the "F you pay me" mentality. F you pay me.
Right, but he got the services, and his argument is, well, you can write that I'll give you a good reference. You did good work for me. And his thing, but he values his reference at what he's supposed to pay you. So his thing is, well, I'll write your reference. I don't worry about the money. But technically, he's right, because if you at the time, now it may be a little controversial or whatever. I don't know if people want to do it, but at the time, if you put his name down as something that you worked with, you definitely gave you cachet. I did this event, Donald Trump ran it gave you cachet, and so. I don't know as much anymore, but I know it at one point it was. And so he just gotta, it goes back to, I don't even know how we got on this line, but my point is, it's like we were talking about Gary Vee and the differences. And yeah, so like with people like them, this is standard business, but Gary Vee is very genuine. Now, is his people being cutthroat? And we don't know about it, is a possibility. There's gonna be some people out there being cutthroat, and maybe he doesn't even know. So that's a possibility. Or like with the Donald Trump situation, he's got low-level people telling people "F you," and he hears about it and he goes, "Whatever, who cares?" He doesn't bother him, but he didn't order them to do it, but they did it anyway. I didn't order them to do it, but they did it. So what? All right.
I am Donald Trump.
Right. I don't really care. Like he never cared. Just give him a reference. Let him get a reference out of this. Something. So his argument, you never know if he was completely complicit in this situation. But how many things are being done in the name of a corporation, and the people at the top really don't know. So, when you're dealing with the levels that he's dealing with, you got multiple levels of executives and employees. So
yeah, probably hundreds and hundreds of employees under the
thousands if you look at all his businesses.
Right, probably.
And some people get brave. Oh, I work for Donald Trump. You're gonna do what I say. And then Donald don't know. He has no idea about it. Just make sure I say I'm not a MAGA. I'm just making sure we go down to be neutral. Not a MAGA, but just make sure I'm just defending the business acumen. And since we're talking about business, let's be honest with those things. We have to look at, because there are lessons to be learned all around. And so we have to look at the facts on certain things. And if you can look at the facts on somebody you dislike, then you can look at the facts on yourself. because the hardest person to be honest with is usually yourself.
Right.
Because you live a delusion, you may live in a dream world. You may not want to listen. There are people that know they're going broke and won't look at their bank account. There are people, I haven't looked at my account for a month, and they know they're going broke, or they know there's an issue and they bouncing checks. But you have to be honest with yourself. Hiding and running away from it's not going to change anything. So that's one reason I say, if you can look at somebody you dislike, or somebody but if they have a business acumen, you can look at them honestly and say, okay, this is what they've done. This is what there's a lot of hyperbole around him too. And some of it he made up himself. It's marketing. It's marketing. Remember, he used to answer calls as his marketing, as his PR person. He used to answer calls with a fake name, and stuff like that. So he made up a lot of this stuff. So we don't even know how true a lot of this stuff is. A lot of the bad stuff, because to him, bad news is bad information is good marketing to him. Any good or bad marketing or news is good for him, and it makes him money. So, so you have to look at him and be honest, and then you can look at yourself and say, okay, if I could be honest with somebody I dislike, or whoever it is that you dislike, but you may dislike Bill Gates, you may dislike, what's his face from the Mavericks, the owner of the Mavericks, one of the Shark Tank guys.
Oh, crap! Wow.
I'm bad with names.
Wow. Why I can't remember his name? I know exactly who you're talking about, but I can't remember.
Right. I'm gonna have to look it up.
Oh crap!
Mark Cuban. Sorry.
There you go. Yeah, Mark Cuban.
Some people don't like him, and yet he's a self-made billionaire. So, when you look at some of these people, you got to look at it. And that's why I look at Gary Vee, and he has an honesty to him. And he has, he's doing stuff. Technically, the time he wastes on the internet, some people say, well, that's all marketing. Yeah, technically. But he can go out there and market in a totally different way and not spend all the time he does. And he could be out there making more business. The time he wastes doing this live stuff, he could be out there dealing with more businesses and talking to more businesses and make more money. Even he admits to that. I listen to my business people, I wouldn't be doing half of this stuff.
Right. And with Gary Vee, he's like, I need to be more personable because of the way social media is, and doing these things. And he's doing these things to connect.
Right.
To connect to an audience that he probably, if he continued to do what normal, I don't even want to say normal, but the typical business attacks the industries that they're in,
Right.
they connect on that level. Like Gary Vee is so personable. It's like, yo, you almost know. Like, yo, Gary V's coming on at 9 o'clock. He's going live. I'm gonna pay attention to Gary Vee. Yo, you know what? He's gonna wear that same old freaking Yankee hat or whatever hat that he's wearing that looks like it's 10 years old, but he got millions of dollars. He's gonna talk about trading baseball cards where my kids trade baseball cards, or just
Well, you're showing people that you can make money doing anything. If you
right,
love baseball cards, if you want to sell sneakers, look like that kid. There's that kid that sells sneakers on the internet. He makes hundreds of thousands of dollars because he's always finding sneakers, and he does videos and that. I've seen that kid. I don't remember his name. He sells sneakers, and the kid, that's all he does. It's like,
and makes a crap load of money, and then he tells people, look, if this is your passion, continue to do it, push on. This is what the value is of this. This is what the value is of that. And then he speaks to entrepreneurs that already have doubt in what they're doing in general, right?
well, the one thing he says, and I agree with, is the entrepreneur word. Entrepreneur is a good thing. People who want to own businesses and run, but the whole thing is I always say business owner. I never use the word, because right now entrepreneurs are losing their hand. They're losing money hand over fist. A lot of these, internet, what are they called? The social media influencers and all these other people, they're losing money because they never created a business.
Don't get me talking about those
You know,
influencers.
the influencers. They think they're all entrepreneurs, but the reality is they never created a business. It's all ethereal. It's all fake. You know, likes and comments is not a business. You know, I hear people say it all the time. I talked to somebody at a business seminar. We were on a Zoom call, and we were all talking just in general. And the guy was like, "Seth, how do you do your social media?" And we were just talking to some guy was like, my 17-year-old kid does it for me. I was like, and you think your 17-year-old kid is good at social media? Yeah, they're always on it. Okay, so because I drive a car all the time, I'm a mechanic now?
I can fix that. No, you can't.
Right. So
But
because I drive a car now, I'm a professional driver, I can go to NASCAR? No. So there's a limit. So and he was like, what do you mean? I'm like, look, I'm not trying to insult your kid. Your kid may have a lot of followers and friends, but that followers and friends, they like the same things, they go to the same schools, they chit chat. You want to know how well your kid is doing at marketing and sales? Tell them to sell a T-shirt and see how long they can keep selling T-shirts.
yeah, and it's the truth because it's not the same.
Right. The
It's not.
minute you flip that into, okay, I want you to buy something from me, change the dynamic in a relationship.
And I will tell you that with social media, right? That there's a lot of when we talk about influencers, we have a lot of, and I don't want to categorize it in the female aspect, but we we have a lot of females that show their body a lot on social media.
Well, that's their asset, and that's what they
That's
believe.
that's their
Someone told them that's all they have,
so they're going to do that,
so they're
and
going to sell what they got.
they have those 1 million followers, 500K followers, or
Right.
whatever.
21, and they get a couple of little, a little freaking cellulite, or they get stretch marks, and then everybody's gone.
It's like, oh, like like
When they start showing the real them, then all of a sudden everybody's gone.
right, we have certain situations. We got the OnlyFans, we got those things that exploit that, right? As we was talking about how
Well, like, right. Well, anything else, I think I don't know if it's exploit. It's anything else. I worked at strip clubs, and there were girls that walked in and walked out. When I worked at a strip club years ago, Legs Diamond, girls came in and girls came out and left. So you always heard the rumors. You always hear the story of, oh, girls working their way through college, and there were some girls that did. And we were just talking to my wife the other day. There was a girl that came through, and she wound up becoming a lawyer. And within 5 years of becoming a lawyer, she became partner of one of the big prestigious companies in Manhattan, law firms in Manhattan. And this was years ago. I'm assuming she's probably retired by now, if not somewhere else. But she went, that was her goal. She knew the circumstance. I have no problem if you take the opportunities or you take the circumstance and you go out and you do your thing. So I don't think fans only or any of those only type sites are exploiting. They're providing you an opportunity. What you do with that opportunity, that's up to you. You want to shake your boobs? It's up to you. If you want to go over there and you got fans that stand there and watch you do nothing, that's cool. You want to do bubble baths? Whatever it is, I know that there are a lot of girls out there doing this stuff, but the reality is take the opportunity and understand that you're not going to be young forever. And if you start augmenting yourself, that's going to come back to bite you. And make sure you save your money, because that's another thing. You get these girls as fast as it comes in, as fast as it goes out. And then when they hit 27 and they got 3 kids under them, they got nothing.
right. And one thing I try and tell people all the time, one thing is that is undefeated in life is gravity. You can fight
Well,
gravity.
there's some science that can help that, but
Well, you can sit there and play around with it, but at the end of the day,
lay it a little.
you really can't fight gravity. You can sit there and try and sit there and
You
adjust.
start looking like an alien after a while.
Right, because now you don't even look normal. You don't look
You start
real.
looking like duck lips.
I have never seen. It doesn't matter how many surgeries or whatever you do to con combat gravity. You can tell a individual's age by their hands and by their neck. I don't know about surgeries that could sit there and make your neck look younger or your hands look
There's
younger.
that dermablasting thing that takes a little skin off. Makes
Yeah,
you a little young.
but if you look at a woman, especially a woman of color, right? You look at her hands. Her age is told in her hands. Like you can look at it, you can see it. You might not see it in the lower waist region or the upper torso region, right? You might not see it in her face because I know that,
A lot of nip and tuck, yeah.
right, because we age very well. So looking at the face is not something that you can really gauge your age off of. But the hands tell it, the feet tell it. I don't know any surgeries that if there are any, please somebody email me at profit at wemsradio.com and I'll look into it so I can correct whatever I'm saying right now. But we have so many different things, and I think that there's nothing wrong with doing what you need to do to handle your business and get to your goal. I believe you got to do what you got to do to handle your business to get to where you need to get to. Forget what everybody else thinks. Forget what everybody else is saying. Being a business owner, as you said, aka entrepreneur, aka CEO, aka president, however people want to categorize themselves as, you have a goal. You have this thing that you want to reach in life, which is cool.
Yeah,
I
and I don't want to equate the two, but we have a cousin of ours, mutual cousin, that she's young, and she's modeling. She's doing well with it. And one of the things I'm always telling her is read Tyra Banks' book. Make sure you get a good manager. Find yourself a lawyer. Find yourself an agent. Make sure and getting a great accountant. She was like, well, she keeps saying, well, how do I find an accountant? Call a ton of them up and ask questions. Find out who else is modeling that's doing well. Ask them who their accountant is, and then go call that person up.
Right. And there's nothing wrong with reaching out for information. I think that so many people are so scared of asking, it's weird, asking a question. Hey, who is your accountant? That shit might sound like the craziest question.
Because it's a question nobody hears, but it's something that they'd probably be willing to give you.
It's like, oh, my accountant? Oh, this is such and such. He told me, and they're not gonna tell you this, but he's like, yo, if I bring him more clientele, he'll reduce my rate by 15%. So of course I'm gonna tell you who my accountant is because the more people that I refer to him, the less I pay.
Yeah.
So
By the way, my accountant is Dave Egan. Great guy. He works in Staten Island. Great guy. Best guy I know. Had him for years. Good friend. Dave Egan. So
right. So it's one of those things
the
that,
Golden Toll and Sus. Yeah, Golden Toll and Sus. That's the name of it.
yeah. So just referring people and things like that, like basic information, I don't think you should ever keep from anybody. Some people are so just afraid to ask because of the
Right.
environment that they grew up in. It's like, yo, where did you get that good hair from? I'm not telling you because I want the best hair. So I like I get that. I get it. I
I don't
get
have
it.
that problem. So yeah,
Well, I don't got that problem either. You see this
yeah,
shit?
yeah. I'm genetic. I don't need to go looking for hair, man. I'm good.
I got a receding hairline right now. We ain't
Nah, I'm good.
we ain't gonna play around with that. But I grow afros. I can still do that at my age. I got full hairline. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I got men in my family. On the male side, they had full heads of hair and their teeth, so we're good. I'm good,
See,
and they live long. So men on my side, they 80 something, 90 something, 103. I'm good. So genetically, I got a good head start. I just got to deal with the rest of
uh, so before we get up out of here, because we pushing 4 hours right
I know, man.
now.
You're gonna be a lot of editing on this.
Yo, but we gonna I'm actually send you the video so you can chop it up and do what you want to do with it. Um, so before we get up out of here, anything you want to tell the people before we get up out of here?
Well, yeah. Anybody has any questions? Look, I'm always good to help. Obviously, if we start getting into more deeper stuff, then obviously there's a business relationship there. But in general, I can help you if you're, if you got some issues at home with kids or whatever it is that you. I know some lady called me one time because I did a podcast and was asking me about filters on her routers and stuff like that. So anyone want to call me, 877 653-7146. That's WareGeeks.com. You can go to the website. You can go to WareGeeks.com, which is down below. WareGeeks.com blog. You see all our blogs. You can go to WareGeeks.com podcast, and that'll connect you to our podcast on Anchor. And we haven't done many videos, but we're going to start moving into a lot of that, and this will probably go up on YouTube. And that's probably YouTube/WareGeeks. So whatever you need, if you have issues with your small business, give us a call. I'll make some time for people. I always do. Like I said, within reason. And if you're a business and you want to talk to us, we have a different philosophy on how we do things. We're not just about selling you equipment, or selling you services and technology. We look at your situation and try to do a full risk assessment and figure out where your problems are. And most of your problems are going to be in the human side and in the culture side, which is your process, procedures, and your accountability. That's going to be the majority of your problems. And the rest of it, the technology stuff, we can work with that. But overall, that's how our philosophy is. And we're about data first. Protect your data, protect your business, because if you don't, you're done. You lose 90% of companies now, small business, if their data is compromised, they're out of business within 3 months.
Yeah,
that's the best thing I can tell people is protect your data, protect your data, protect your data. You know what I mean? Find some way to get a hold of somebody, ask a couple of questions. If you call me and you call 20 other IT guys, you'll have all your questions asked and you didn't pay a dime. Just ask one question. Can I ask you one question? And go to the next 19 guys. You'll be good to go.
And you know what? You just got to keep doing that until you get the answers that you need and the answers that you want. And what I appreciate about WareGeeks is that they will supply you with an answer. Like there is an answer. It may not be the answer that you're looking for, but it is the answer to the question that you posed.
Right. And maybe the answer you can afford at that moment.
Right.
Meaning you may have to spend some money and you may not be, but we can give you the answer to how to do it in phases to get to that ultimate phase that you want to be at, or that level.
Right. Because what people need to understand is that at the end of the day, what you provide is a service, and services don't come for free. It's not a charity, it's a business.
Right.
So you are going to do what you need to do to not only sustain your business, but to satisfy your customers.
And I'm like Gary Vee. I say the same things over and over and over. You'll hear me talk about password protection, backups. You'll hear me talk about password managers. You'll hear me talk about the same things over and over and over again. And if you go to my blog, there's all tons of articles on the same thing. So it's the same thing I'm going to repeat all the time. If you call me, I'm going to tell you the same thing.
And it's sticking to the basics. And I realize, over time, if your foundation is not strong, may it be password protection, may it be, backups, may it be cloud storage or whatever it is, so that you have access to your information, it is still basic. Like it doesn't matter how pretty you want to paint it, it's still the basic foundation. If you don't got that,
starting and doing something, and you may not be able to do it today and do everything, even if you're a consumer, a regular person, you got kids or a fan, you could just start with one thing and just then you can build on that. Get the kids used to it.
yeah. So I want to thank you for being
Anytime.
a guest on the Profit Radio Show Special Edition on Sunday for the longest show ever. Right? It's the longest show
If somebody beats my record, I'm coming back on.
ever. Right?
You broke up.
I'm back. I'm back. I have no idea what just happened. Um, I was trying to move the mouse around to try to do something. It did something that was unnecessary. But I will say I don't think I will give anyone the time, right? To be able to beat your record. That is an absolute fact.
Right.
So
Oh, you put up the name for Boxwood,
right, oh
boxwoodnj.org. You
yeah,
know, that's the place. If you want to donate something, call over there. Laura's there. You can talk to the people there. They'll take any donations. You know, with the reason obviously they don't have logistics. So if you live in this region and you can get it to them, or if you know somebody that can get it to them, they have, they'll take the computers within reason, within a certain age, and then they'll take, office equipment, things like that. Anything like that, they'll take, because they need it. They need chairs, they need tables, they need desks, and a lot of this stuff they'll give to other students, quit laptops, computers. So please just reach out to them if you can. Boxwoodnj.org.
right. And the numbers there. So there's no reason why there's no excuse. Boxwood Learning Center, we got the number.
Yeah.
And if worst case scenario, reach out on WareGeeks.com.
Yeah, reach out to me. Go to the website, reach to me, and you can send it to me, and we'll figure out a way to get it to them logistically. They get to me, and then I'll get it to them because I'll clean out most of the stuff. I'll clean it all out and then get it to them more prepped.
Right. And if you want to harass Mr. Seth Melendez, here's his email address. Right.
Not harassment because the first couple, then you're blocked. Then you'll be talking
Right.
at night.
You got at least two or three before you get blocked. Right.
Boop, you're going to the spam
But if
folder.
worst case scenario, you hit them up on social media, right? That's at WareGeeks, right? On
Yep,
Facebook and Instagram, right?
and Twitter.
You need to bother him. Like, if you
Yeah,
have questions, reach out. There were things that we need to do as people to secure our household, our family, and our work
yeah,
situations because there are so many things that are the policies and procedures that our jobs are putting out that could cause us to be unemployed tomorrow.
quickly.
So we need to understand what we're getting into before we accept those things, before we do what we do. And if there is a situation before it becomes a situation, make sure you reach out to Where Geeks, right? Ask that question, right? This DM and instant messenger. Yo, I just got a
I got an
laptop from
assistant.
my job.
She'll catch a lot of these questions way before I do.
Right. You know, so these are things that people can do and ask and reach out to you and understand certain things and maybe utilize a lot of your services because you have a lot of services that can aid them in securing a lot of the things that they don't
Yeah,
understand.
and I always tell people one of our taglines is stay aware and stay safe. You know what I mean? Because if the more aware you are, the safer you become. And it affects you in a lot of ways, especially people who are targeting the kids, who are going after people who are not home or they want to break into homes. So there's a lot of reasons why your technology needs to be up to snuff. And I'll probably start doing more of those podcasts on talking about the home stuff, just so people understand. But yeah, it just definitely stay aware and stay safe.
Yeah, it's necessary. So
Thank you, man. 4 hours and 12 minutes.
yeah, we hustle it over here. That's the way we do it. But I want to thank you again, and I want to thank you for the listeners. I want to thank everybody that's gonna watch this over and over again.
I don't think they're gonna watch it 4 hours over and over
No,
again.
not the whole 4 hours, but we gonna try because I think that we did a whole like trilogy. Like we had a sequel, we had the first premiere, we had the sequel, and we had the trilogy all in one show. But there were things that I would love to revisit
Oh,
um
definitely.
on a time to time basis that we can sit there and address because as we move into the technology era or as me and you have spoke about it, the matrix, right?
Right.
The red pill, the blue pill. Either you're going to accept what we're going into or you're not going to accept what we're going into. There's certain things that you should understand and know so that you know what pill to take. And I think that it is necessary on a case by case basis, even if it's just 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes of a situation, we need to do it more frequent because I think our people need to know.
I got a ton of tips, and we can definitely do that. We can definitely keep it in a 2 minute discussion. You know, you can ask me a question and then turn me off. You
Yeah,
know.
yeah, because other than that, forget it. It's like just a regular phone call conversation between you and I.
Oh, definitely.
Because we could go on
I
for
think we
hours.
beat this
It's
one.
like,
I
oh, I
think
gotta
we
get on the
beat
phone.
this.
My battery is dying, right?
Yeah.
That's just what it is.
I think I talked to you on a ride from Albany home. Yeah, I think we beat this number a long time ago.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like we've chopped it up and forget it. So
So,
I just think that it's important that the people out there are able to tap into your knowledge, your experiences, and just what is the going ons in the IT industry
oh,
because
there's a ton going on, and that definitely we could definitely talk about a lot of what the future holds in another discussion. But there is a lot more than most people know. Because remember, just to give a quick thing on this, things that I'm doing now, I was doing in '97 when I was at New York Hospital. All this remote stuff, they were doing it then. I can remote to people's computer then and do work on their computer. And that was in '97. So what you're seeing now was happening 20 some odd years ago.
right and people like, oh, this is new, and it's like, no, when
No,
it was brought to the consumer, it is super
right.
old.
People have been doing telepresence since like 2000. Cisco had that box that they put in the buildings, and you could do telepresence, which is Cisco, which is Zoom now. Because a lot of the guys that worked in Cisco telepresence left and created these companies.
Right. So it's just crazy. So I just want to thank you, and
Anytime, man. Anytime. I
I think
love you, man.
I think that, well, you're gonna get the copy of the video once I pull it down. I'm gonna send it directly to you after I upload it to the drive, and I can send
Send
it
me
to
a
you.
link. Don't send me the video. Send me a link, and
No, no,
I'll
no.
get
I'm
it.
gonna send you the link to the video. Yeah,
Okay.
that's what it is. Yeah, no, that's what I'm gonna do.
Email server.
You know better, right? Are you serious? Like, you do that right now? I'm gonna send you the link. Yes, I'm definitely gonna send you the link. Make sure that you actually listen to this, watch it. We're on Facebook, 3 different channels. We're on WEMS Radio on Facebook. We're on Profit Radio on Facebook, and we're also on Profit Pete, the personal page on Facebook. I'm sorry, Profit Radio got over 5,000 followers. I can't accept any more because it's a personal page. So follow WEMS underscore radio.
You got to build a business page so he can hurry
No,
up and do
no, I
business.
have I have the business pages, but the Profit Radio is my host page. But I have the one for the station. I have the one for the show. But for some reason, everybody gravitates to my personal page. So I've superseded the number. Like, I'm blocked. I can't accept nobody else. Don't send me no friend requests. It can't happen. I'm I'm maxed out. But it will be on all those pages, and also you can find it on the WEMS Radio YouTube channel, and you will be able to find it on the website as well under the Profit Radio page, or
Special.
the Profit Radio playlist, which has over 40, 50 videos that you'll be able to watch, to include all other shows that we have on the station currently. So I just say, look out, watch out, pay attention, because we're going to bring to you so much more.
Love you, man.
Love you, bro. I love you. I love you. I love you. Real talk. And we'll talk soon.
All right, man.
All right, later.